This is Valerie Egland with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And let's see. I'm wondering, this is on the consent agenda. Therefore, I'd like to ask a clarification on number 5, the non-traditional habitat conservation planning. It's a little confusing. Also,
Miss Valerie, this is Mark.
Number 6.
Miss Valerie, this is Mark Medina.
Yes.
I can pull number 5 if you like me to.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Just for a short clarification.
Yes, ma'am. No, not a
I would
problem at
also
all.
like to consider with the number 6, the CEQA status of the new landfill area. Across the road, across the John Smith Road, there is an area, I believe, that is owned by the county and not used because of the water quality issues. And the Parks Foundation feels that perhaps in that the CEQA study, it may be considered that that area be opened up for mountain biking, putting some trails in there, which would not need any water for that recreational facility. So it's just a suggestion to be thought about, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, ma'am. Any other public comment?
No, that was it.
One last time, any public comment out there?
Oh, there's one more.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Daniel Camacho. Thank you for allowing me to speak again today. When I saw the Strata Verde issue is actually on your schedule this meeting, I wanted to participate. On November's ballot, we were asked the Strata Verde development is right for our community. The project developers
Sir,
chose-
excuse me, we can talk about this on the actual, since it's on the actual agenda. You'll have to pull a comment card when we're talking about this in open session. Okay? Mr. Camacho?
I had disabled.
Oh, okay.
I just unmuted.
Hello?
Oh, did you hear what I had said,
Okay.
sir?
So- yeah, I heard you. I just
Okay.
wanted to.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. Okay, any other public comment that is not on the agenda? See none, we'll bring it back to the board here. We will start now with department head announcements. This is informational only, and we'll start with our CAO, Ray Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we do have some announcements today. We have one out of our RMA office. So I'd like to invite up Benny Young. He has an announcement for your board.
Mr. Chair, I have 2 items with your indulgence. Members of the board, Mr. Espinosa, Barbara, County Council. First of all, I have Scrivener's error on 2 items on the agenda, item 5 and item 6. Item 5, we have a misspelling, and I should have known better. Sometimes when you have engineers doing spell check, words get spelled wrong. Hopefully the numbers are right. So thanks for pointing that out. It should be San Joaquin with an O. And I knew that because we named a park in Tucson, Arizona after Joaquin Murrieta. And so my apologies for another spelling error again this week. Secondly, in item 6, one of the attachments, we just have to change from contractor to applicant on the attachment B to item 6. So I wanted to mention those for the record. I'm not sure if this is the right forum to do that, but with your indulgence, I wanted to make sure the board knew about that. Secondly, the announcement that I wanted to make is we have been recruiting for an assistant director for the RMA to be responsible for planning and building services. And I'm pleased to report that on March 15th, Robin Bolster Grant will be joining the team at the Resource Management Agency. Robin is a long-time professional, planning professional, and worked 17 years with Santa Cruz County. She's been working in the field for longer than that, of course, over 20 years. But she not only has a master's degree in urban planning from San Jose State, she has a Juris Doctorate, and served in a number of very responsible positions with Santa Cruz County, including principal planner and manager for the cannabis licensing program. So really delighted to have her joining our team, and we're compiling a fairly long list of to-dos for Robin when she gets here, and I don't want to overwhelm her immediately. She'll be here on March 15th. Her first planning commission will be the 17th, but we're going to be continuing to work with your planning commission on a number of really important matters, including updates on the general plan deliverables, and at some point we'll be back to talk to you about all those items as well. And I thank you for the opportunity to make that announcement, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other department head announcements?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we did want to announce to your board, especially for the new board members, as a reminder to save the date March 4th and 5th. That's the new supervisor training part 2. Just want to make sure that the new board members are aware of that, and just as a reminder. Thirdly, we have, this is out of our clerk of the board's office, item number 1, our board minutes. February 9th, there's actually an issue with the NOVA system. It has a 5-0 vote as well as a 0-0 vote. So we just wanted a point of clarity with item number 16, 25, and 26, as well as the adjournment on that particular item, item number 1. It's a 5-0 vote, just for clarity purposes.
Thank you.
And that's all the announcements we have, Mr. Chair.
Bring it to the board here. Board announcements. We can start with Supervisor Hernandez.
Nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gonzalez?
Actually, I have been underreporting since I was sworn into the board, so my apologies. I reported that I've attended various meetings and I failed to state which ones. So I am working with Supervisor Hernandez on the public defender contract. We did assign a committee of community members, and I'm looking forward to looking through the RFPs that were received and making a selection and bringing that back to the board sometime very soon. I have also been attending the first 5 meetings. I'm excited about the relationship with the community and what that organization is going to be doing. I attended a San Juan Bautista Rotary this morning meeting regarding access and IT and bringing broadband to the community, and we have a meeting scheduled this week with the county and the IT, and I'm looking forward to conversations, discussions to see where that's going to take us, because this community, because of COVID and distant learning, there is a significant population in the community that has not been able to adequately reach their school obligations because of the lack of broadband, and so I'm excited about that too. There are also weekly meetings on Mondays and Thursdays from CSAC and the OES, the Office of Emergency Services, so I attend those on a regular basis by phone, and it's pretty much informational. It deals with anything related to the Great Plains, unemployment, any kind of fire issues we might have, the vaccine distribution and supply. And so it's time-consuming but very informative. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I also have been attending a number of meetings. And let me just walk through a few, and I have a few comments on a couple of them. First of all, probably most importantly, I have been attending numerous meetings on a couple of ad hoc committees, business grants, with my fellow supervisor Kosmicki, as well as vaccinations, which of course is a really critical area right now. I also sit on the Behavioral Health Board, and I've attended a couple of those meetings. I'm interested in seeing how we can further develop in our county the area of behavioral health. And I'm also I serve as an alternate with CSAC along with Supervisor Gonzalez, and I just thought I would mention that in the last CSAC meeting that I was in, which includes all 58 counties, virtually all 58 counties are complaining about the distribution of vaccines. So I don't know if it's good news or bad news, but we're certainly not alone. And certainly all the rural counties have the same issue that we do, and we're going to talk about that more, of course, in the meeting. Circling back to a couple of the areas, specifically a couple of the ad hoc committees, and this is going to be coming up later in the agenda, but I just wanted to highlight a few things. Under the business grant program that Supervisor Kosmicki, county staff, and myself have been working on, we have 139 applicants, which is a great turnout, and staff and committee review is currently going through those, and we're going to hear more about that later. But I also wanted to mention, and I think certainly through county staff and through the public information officer, as well as through organizations like the Chamber, we need to highlight just recently, in the last few days, a bill sponsored by Ana Caballero, SB 87, if approved, is going to bring $2.1 billion for small businesses. This is significantly more than what was initially announced by the governor in his budget. And so, again, it hasn't been approved yet, but that's SB 87. I think there's a good opportunity that there's going to be significantly more money coming. Just to highlight, throughout the state of California, about 90% of all businesses in the state of California have less than 20 employees. And actually, 97% have less than 100. So it gives you an idea. The businesses like we have here in San Diego County, that is the vast majority of the businesses in the state of California, and those are the people that need the greatest help. So in addition to what we're doing from the county standpoint, the state is also coming to the table, and there will be grants up to $25,000 for both small businesses and nonprofits, and hopefully significantly more money if this SB 87 passes. I also wanted to mention that I think was announced yesterday or in the last couple of days from a national level, federal level, President Biden has announced significant improvements to the PPP program, the Payment Protection Program. They're going to have a special 14-day window for those businesses that have less than 20 employees. That window opens tomorrow. So for those of you out there that were very frustrated in the first go-around as a small business, many of small businesses were swamped in the application process by much larger companies. This will be a 2-week window that I think will work to the advantage of our smaller businesses. Again, that window opens tomorrow. They're also looking at changing the formula for sole proprietors, independent contractors, and self-employed for that program. So again, that's something that our citizens and that are in business here in our community should be looking for. Just quickly turning to vaccines, which we're going to be discussing later, obviously continue to be a huge focus for us and trying to push for increased supply. Yesterday, the governor announced that he was setting up special, I believe, 11 vaccination sites that specifically are going to be targeting farm workers. And he's allocating 34,000 vaccines as part of this announcement. That's great news. It is concerning in that, at least in the press release, it seemed to indicate that all the focus was going to be on the Central Valley. And certainly I think the governor knows that a lot of farming is done in San Benito County as well as Monterey County, but certainly in the Central California area. And I think, again, as a board, we can maybe talk about this later, but we need to continue to push hard with Sacramento to make sure that we get our fair allocation of those additional vaccines that are going to be going out there for farm workers. And then lastly, I'll just mention that, because I don't believe it's on the agenda as a separate item, in last week's retreat, we did talk about, among a number of areas, we talked about county roads. And the Resource Management Agency did an excellent job of presenting what the state of our roads is. They're not great, that's for sure, and I don't need to tell anyone that. In my district in particular, District 4 in South County, many of the roads are just in absolute terrible shape. Particularly Panoche Road, New Idria Road, as well as Coalinga Road. And literally daily I get phone calls or emails in regards to those roads. I just wanted to mention that the good news is that with very limited personnel, it's been tough, but we are going to be getting a patch crew out there in Panoche later this week. That will be a start at least. I think both short and long term, I wanted to just mention that coming to our March meeting, there should be a proposal coming to the Board of Supervisors in regards to a paving repair program that will be looking at hiring a third-party contractor that will, do a more significant repair job on our most, in the roads that are in the most disrepair in our county. So that's been coming in March, and that's going to be critical. A little bit longer term, obviously we have Measure G money that is being applied, but we also are looking at applying for federal grants, and we feel relatively confident that there may be some federal money available, particularly in South County, for roads that are head to federal property, like the Bureau of Land Management property, Pinnacles, or is emergency road access like Panoche Road over into the valley. So anyway, I'm sorry it took a lot of time, but I just wanted to highlight those areas. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, a few things. First off, just some discussions I've had with residents. Our favorite topic, San Justo Reservoir, came up, and I know we go through sort of this cycle every couple of years of getting an update and waiting another couple of years for an update, but I don't want to let that get on the back burner. I know we got a lot going on with COVID and a lot of other things, but I thought that would be worthy of getting an update at some point on that and seeing what we can do, and maybe not, having a goal in mind of, not just waiting for another update a couple years later, really trying to nail down where we're at on that. And then traffic, speaking of roads, traffic issues, more particularly, interesting this, I think yesterday we had an accident on 25, and our traffic is starting to pick up again with people going back to work, and a resident brought up issue over in the sort of the Aromas area with traffic on the back roads. So I just thought at some point it would be worth a discussion on back road traffic and how we can strategize to deal with that in a more productive way. Their suggestion was routing these trucks down 129 to Rogie, and there's a lot of heavy truck traffic that seems to be using roads like Anzar and Cole and Cannon and Carr, and it's really doing a lot of damage to those roads, and of course we end up paying for those roads. So we'd like to talk about that at some point. So just to let people know, the city of San Juan Bautista is going through the process of developing an urban growth boundary that clearly has implications on the county. I just think we should keep a close eye on that, and at some point maybe engage with the city of San Juan Bautista to, just have a conversation on how that's going. Met with the Seniors Council, and just want to let everyone know there's plans for a forum on March 17th from 10 till 12 on the state's master plan for aging. So that should be a very interesting topic. Again, March 17th, 10 to 12. More details are coming out on that soon. And there's been discussions of whether to merge Jóvenes de Antaño with the AAA, this Regional Seniors Council. So that is something to look out for, and certainly would have an impact on our senior population. And then the state, there's some concern about their state consideration to create a separate AAA area agency on aging council for each county, and our regional representative has the opinion that that's a bad prospect for San Benito County because we're such a small county. We get efficiencies out of that regional partnership. On the Monterey Bay Area Resources District committee or board, there was one thing of interest for our area. We, at some point here in the last few weeks, we exceeded our air quality standard at the Hollister station, and it essentially they had to, by requirement, they had to put up an additional air quality measurement tool at the San Juan school. And I asked about it, and they were of the opinion that it was a fluke, but it is something that we perhaps want to keep an eye out for. And I know we being where we're at in the region we are, that I don't think that's overly surprising. On the 3CE, the Community Choice, Central Coast Community Choice Energy Board, the electric vehicle incentive program was extended. So people are interested in buying an electric vehicle. There may be an opportunity for a decent discount there. And they have an agricultural electrification program for up to $20,000. So that could be relevant certainly for our farming community here. And then otherwise, I've been meeting with Chairman Medina and the City of Hollister on the tax sharing agreement. Very important. And I just, somebody else also mentioned our website, just the readability of the agendas. I know that's not top priority, but just I guess when you click on the calendar, it's a little difficult if there's multiple meetings on one day. It's hard to see. And I've gone on there as well. I think our website, I think the improvements with the new website are great, but I think we can certainly revisit that. And I know that's a small staff level thing, but I do think just for transparency's sake, there are some issues I think there with the website just to maybe correct. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board here and go through the consent agenda. Anyone wish to pull any items? We will pull number 5 at the request of Valerie.
Can I pull item 7, please?
Okay, 5 and 7.
2, please.
Okay, 2, 5, and 7.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull number 8.
2, 5, 7, and 8. Any other ones? Okay, we'll start off with number 2, the emergency medical services.
Excuse me, the public?
Oh, I'm sorry. Anyone from the public wish to pull anything besides Valerie? Bring it back to the board, thank you. You want to approve it, the whole agenda first? And then, okay. This is because there's only a couple. What's the wish of the board to approve the consent agenda less 2, 5, 7, and 8?
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry about that. With the corrections during department head announcements.
Oh.
If I may.
Yes, with the corrections from the department head announcements on number 1.
Friendly amendment?
There was a second. That was Kosmicki.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 5-0. Now we'll go to number 2. Emergency medical services. Is Chris on the line, or do you want to take this, Ray? Or
She's on the line. Let me
Okay.
promote her to panelist. Chris, you've been promoted.
Supervisor Gonzalez, you pulled it?
Oh, I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Colin. What is your?
Oh, yeah, no, first off, I just, I had asked for this, some questions on this last meeting, and I just want to thank staff for clarifying that the contract term was for 18 months and not 30 months. And of course, my concern was just that we were getting the short end of the deal there with the dollar amounts that I saw. I did have a question on the $175 an hour part of the calculation. Again, just so the public knows, this is the contract with Hollister Hills to be reimbursed for EMS services. We according to this, we get quite a bit of activity of EMS activity at Hollister Hills, and so I was just curious, Ms. Mangano, the $175 an hour, is that based on staff time? Does it include other costs? Transportation, capital, or what, et cetera?
That is the hourly rate that AMR would charge if they were doing a dedicated standby in an event. So that's their hourly charge. So we just use that figure to come up with the weekend amount based on call volume that the park is generating on a typical weekend.
And the 47 and a half hours, is that based on historical data, or is that sort of an estimate per month? 47.
That's just an estimate based on Saturday and Sundays through their season.
So do we realistically, EMS is going to Hollister Hills 47 and a half hours per month around?
Very close to that, yes.
That's
where there's several times a day on a weekend.
Yeah, I think that's an astounding number, and I just think that that's worth pointing out to the public how much service Hollister Hills is getting. And I do, maybe next time this contract comes around, I know it's another 18 months, but, and I'm going to support it, but I just think it's worth looking at how much activity actually is going out there. And I know we have the issue with the roads, and they reimburse us for the roads. I don't personally think they reimburse us enough for that either, but I do want to reiterate, I think something that my former supervisor Botello mentioned was that, the issue with health insurance at Hollister Hills is bothersome to me as well, that they don't require health insurance for the people that are riding. And that's my understanding based on prior meetings. And it's just something that I know we don't control what the state does at Hollister Hills, but you're required to have car insurance when you go out on the road. I just don't understand why you shouldn't be required to have health insurance when you ride in these dangerous environments at Hollister Hills, and that puts a huge burden on our hospital system. So just a thought. Anyhow, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
You're very welcome.
What's the wish of the board? Or a public comment?
Members of the public, if you wish to speak, press *9 or raise your hand icon.
See none, bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
Move to approve.
Microphone.
Sorry, my mic was off. So I move to approve item 2, emergency services with the state of California, to approve the agreement with the state of California for Parks and Recreation for the Hollister Hills Vehicle Recreation Area to fund emergency medical services EMS and to mitigate impact of the Hollister Hills calls for services.
I'll second it.
There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0 passes. We'll go to number 5. Can you put Valerie on also, if she's still on?
Valerie, you have been unmuted.
Valerie, are you on?
Valerie, please unmute yourself.
Just wondered,
Oh, okay.
what was your question,
All
ma'am?
this technology. Sorry.
Not a problem.
Yes, I'm here.
What was your question on number 5, the Resource Management Agency?
Can you hear me?
Yes. What was your question on number 5? The application for the receipts of federal grants for the fiscal year 2021?
I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you.
What was your question on number 5? You pulled an item, number 5, on the
Consent agenda.
consent agenda?
I was concerned about what exactly is meant non-traditional habitat and endangered species conservation program. Exactly, county and the funds are going.
Okay, I will let Mr. Young take care of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question from the citizen. Members of the board, Mr. Espinosa, it's a federal funding grant category. There are 4 categories of grant. And the simple explanation, I believe, and we also have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife standing by in case you would like a more detailed answer. But the traditional grant category generally goes to the states. The local government category is considered non-traditional. It's jargon for the particular grant category that this grant that we're applying for falls under. It doesn't mean we're doing things non-traditionally. It's just that, generally speaking, the traditional grants go to the state, the non-traditional go to the local governments. And there are other grant categories as well, but it's just a description of the grant category. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment? Any public comment? Anyone?
Members of the public, if you wish to speak, do press the raise your hand icon.
No, thank you very much.
Bring it back to the board. Any questions from the board?
I have one brief question, Mr. Young. In terms of the county match, 25, 26%, I saw 2 different percentages there. What is that going to cost the county in terms of that matching amount?
I have the exact number, but it's a little over 300,000.
Okay.
And we have that available through impact fees that have been collected for the purpose of developing a habitat conservation program and plan for San Benito County.
Okay.
It's around 25%, I believe, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Just for the record, the impact fees can only be used for this type of project. Am I correct to say that?
Mr. Chair, I do believe you are, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it's set aside when
Right.
we create these impact fees.
Thank you.
Bring it back to the board. Any other questions?
I'll just make a quick comment, Mr. Chair. I think, this is just one item in a fairly long process, but that the county's been working on. This is for a federal grant. But this is an extremely important program for the county that we're looking at progressing with. It's really a win-win. Not only are we potentially going to be preserving much of our land and habitats for endangered species, but also it potentially streamlines the development process in those areas that make sense. So, like I said, I think it's a win-win. I think it's great that the staff is moving forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. If I may, Dulce just let me know that the planning department has their hand raised and maybe they wish to clarify the answer that I made. I hope that I answered it correctly, but maybe we should give the Tavin or whoever has their hand
Okay.
raised an opportunity to speak.
Not a problem.
Planning Commission, you've been promoted to, County Planning Department. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Ariel Goodspeed, planner with the County of San Benito. I just wanted to clarify the non-federal match is for $342,954. It is a 26% match, and it is funds that we currently have in an account to be used for this purpose.
Thank you very much for that clarification and the exact amount.
Thank you, Ariel.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone? The board? What's the wish of the board?
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, that item number 5.
Yes.
Yeah, he did public comment already. I was just gonna, for a point of clarity, I just wanted to make sure that there was also a request for the adoption of the resolution of Benny Young on that particular item. Just want to be clear with that, if that's a part of the request for filling out the application. I don't think going through this, we don't see the actual word adoption, so we just wanted to make sure that, I just want to be clear. I think it's probably better to just stay that in the abundance of caution, but.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Espinosa, I don't believe there's a resolution attached to this. It's just simply authorizing me to sign the grant application on behalf of San Benito County. Oh, there is.
There is a resolution.
And it basically indicates that the county of San Benito is authorized and directed to apply for and submit
Thank
the
you.
grant. So
Right,
it's
just
kind of reiterates what's in the
What's-
action.
in abundance of caution.
Very well.
that's it.
Thank you, Mr. CAO.
Okay, what's the wish of the board?
I will make a motion that that we authorize application for and receipts of federal grant funds from the fiscal year 2021 Cooperative Endangered Species Conservation Fund Grant Program. And also that we approve the resolution. Is that?
Enter into the planning agreement. It says and approve and enter into a planning agreement.
And approve
And
it.
adopt the resolution.
And approve and enter into the final agreement and adopt the resolution.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. We'll go to number 7, the Sheriff's Office. I believe this was pulled by both Bob and Colin, so either of you can ask.
I actually pulled
Oh, I'm
7.
sorry, B.
That's okay.
You can ask your
Hi.
question.
Question for you. I was questioning the increase in the contract from the 47,500. I looked at the handouts, and from what I can ascertain, it's that figure for one additional FTE of a dishwasher?
No, we're hiring an extra worker from Trinity Services.
But it looks like according to the transmittal sheet and the attachments, it's for an FTE for a person, not a dishwashing device, but a person to do the dishwashing services. Is that correct?
What page you on, ma'am?
I'm not on it yet, but I'll get there, sorry. They break down the cost of meals, and so looking at the transmittal sheet, the agenda item.
It's under fiscal year 2020-21, and in there, it actually highlights the current staffing and then the proposed staffing, which is an increase of one dishwasher in comparison to the existing staffing. For
And
point of
so-
clarity.
So let me just kind of just rewind a little bit. Last week, we had a all-day session about budget and revenues and expenses and costs. And I just don't know anyone in the community that's earning $47,500 in the role of a dishwasher. And we're kind of debating figures in terms of how we can increase revenues with sales tax. But I'm going to be looking at every single item that comes across my desk in terms of the consent item where the county may be able to save some money. And so I question that, the logic of that. I worked at the county jail with regards to my position with Gavilan College, and so I'm familiar with trustee labor and having inmate laborers come in and help and, help with the tasks that they're able to do. And I see that the population has decreased significantly from what it was at one point. And I'm just wondering, is this cost per meal increasing because of the lower number population in the jail? And if so, how does that equate to almost 48,000 for them, the company, to be able to hire one additional worker as a dishwasher? Because I see nothing else changes other than that one element. And so that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, so we had inmate labor, as you mentioned earlier, ma'am. In the jail, we used to have 4 inmate workers.
Right.
And it was part of our program to give them serve-safe cards. So it's basically a program where they would come in, where we'd had the workers before COVID-19 hit us, and and the judge started releasing inmates a lot earlier. So we wouldn't have the inmate workers as long as we used to prior to COVID-19. So we had to, then our population started going down. So the prices started increasing also. So we didn't have any kitchen workers to pull from our population. So we had to increase staff from Trinity, and with increasing the staff to get out the meals at an appropriate time over to juvenile hall and to our staff or inmates. That's why we had to increase Trinity services and adding an additional person, because I don't have additional help in the kitchen right now.
And the length of this contract is set to expire when then?
I think it's,
I believe there was a 30-day termination clause if we,
yeah, we can terminate it within 30 days.
and
but-
I think it was in 2022.
23? Is it 22 or 23?
But it is a 30-day termination.
Yes.
Okay.
So if our population, well, goes back up, increases, and.
Then the price per meal decreases because then
decreases,
it's
just as it is in
divided by a
juvenile
bigger
hall.
population.
As you can
Correct.
see in juvenile hall, if there's a certain amount of inmates, the price is crazy. It's $13 per meal, or $16.64 a meal. So their average population has been between 7 and 12. And our daily population has been between, it's about, as of today, it's 93. So we've been averaging 90. But a lot of those people are in quarantine too. And the judge is releasing inmates. We're releasing inmates on dollar bail schedule. So we're not getting the workers that we used to replace Trinity services. So in order for me to prepare the food and get it to the inmates in juvenile hall on time and prepared at the correct temperature, I have to have the staffing to do that.
Yeah. I understand the rationale. I'm just kind of concerned with the dollar figure. But that answers my question. Thank you.
I hope I explained it to you well. So,
Oh, yes, I understand. I understand that there is a set cost to provide the 3 meals per day to the inmates, and when you have a smaller population, that number is divided by a smaller percentage, and then the cost increases or decreases accordingly. But I do remember a time when the population of the jail was over 120 people, and then, the cost decreases. It's just that amount is a significant amount to augment the contract and amend it and give them additional funds for what the public might perceive as just a dishwasher. And so I'm just stating my concerns. Yes.
And it's not now. Yes.
Okay.
Just on another note, I toured the place probably a year, 2 years ago, maybe longer, and I think you took me on it. And we had inmate labor for laundry.
Yes,
Do we
sir.
still do that?
Yes, sir. We
That's
do.
just an example of it's probably not as critical as serving food, or like you said, the temperature and everything else, and you have to have a special class in order to serve food. So just with the idea of having laundry done by your inmates, it's a perfect example of using inmate labor. So thanks for thinking like that. Appreciate it.
And just to clarify a little bit too, I don't want to take too much of your time.
No, not at
As
all.
we open the new jail here in the near future, it's a rehabilitation center. So we'll be adding more programs too. The population probably will increase, ma'am, which will make the prices go down too, and we can reevaluate our contract at that point, because we want those inmate workers coming into the kitchen and cooking for our inmates. That's our goal, is to prepare them so when they're done serving their time, they can go out in the community and get jobs. So we can serve them with that serve-safe certificate. So
Okay.
We just don't have the capability to do that right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
First off, I want to thank Supervisor Gonzalez. I had the same concerns when I looked at this. I was going to pull this item as well. So just to really underscore, $47,000 for a dishwasher. Was there a negotiation done? Did they just say this is what it costs for a dishwasher?
Well, it was to hire an extra FTE for Trinity Services to bring in an extra worker to replace 4 of our inmate workers. And
Okay,
the one inmate worker in there is just doing, he's doing the dishes and cleaning and stuff like that. He's not actually doing the cooking itself. Sometimes he is, it just depends on staffing.
Yeah, no, I just think the number just really jumps out, and it's funny that dishwasher at the county jail makes almost as much as a county supervisor, but as far as are there any potential alternatives to this increase? I mean, what really jumped out for me was the cost per meal going up from $2.15 to $4.66, and going up from at the juvenile hall I understand the juvenile hall a little bit more than I do the jail, and you don't have many inmates at the juvenile hall, so I kind of understand that. I just don't understand the jail when you still have 82 to 91 individuals. We can't mandate inmates. How does that work? How do you?
So some inmates aren't sentenced very long, so in order to get an inmate into the kitchen and get the work that he needs and the training that he needs, he's gone within probably 5 to 10 days. We just don't, and we have people on quarantine. We don't, for classification, like an A and D pod, that's where mostly our inmates are populated right now. We can't have A and D mixing with each other because of classification. So in C pod, where it's our general population, we don't have very many inmates that are staying incarcerated as long as they were before. And so that's the issue that we're having. Trust me, that's our goal for the jail, is to have the inmates in there working as much as we can.
So is it necessarily going to be a $47,500 increase, or for instance, if COVID, let's say we start to see numbers go down, and I'm curious about when, and maybe this is a state level thing, but at some point I'm wondering why we're releasing inmates, when we're down to 5 cases a day, a couple cases a day here and there. I'm just wondering, is there any kind of idea of when we're going to get back to semi-normality at the jail? I'm very concerned about inmates being released as a whole. I understand the COVID and the humanity part of it, frankly, but I'm also there's a balance there of letting criminals out onto the streets. There's no incentive.
We're releasing nonviolent criminals. We just don't release anybody that comes into the jail. We have to evaluate what their charges are, and depending on how long they're going to be sentenced, and the dollar bail schedule, which is set by the state, that's why they're being released. That's not up to us. That's set by the state.
Do you guys determine when we go back to?
Let's keep, Colin, let's keep this to the lunch level. I don't want to.
Well, I think it's relevant, though.
Barbara, just want to make sure.
Is it not relevant, though?
But
because
talking about not agreeing with this type of legislation, I don't know if that's. I'll let Barbara.
Yeah. Would you like to have that specifically scheduled for a future meeting to talk about?
No, I think there's relevance, honestly, because, can I just explain why I think there's relevance, please? Because the fact that we don't have a jail population at that same level is the reason why we're spending nearly $50,000 on this position. So I'm just curious how long this person's going to be needed. That's really what I'm getting at. It's not. I'm not trying to badger him.
And that's what we said. We said we would, during the conversation, we said we have 30 days to get out of the contract.
I'm just curious if he has any clue how long.
Yeah, but it has, I'm just saying this has nothing to do with regulation of the federal level or the state level saying when the inmates can leave or can't leave. I don't want to convolute.
You know what we could do is ask the sheriff's office to stay around for the COVID presentation, possibly discuss it under COVID.
That would be a COVID-related item.
Yes.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Yeah, no, and my main concern, I'm not trying to get into policy.
Yeah, that's what all I'm trying
yeah, my main concern is the cost. I really want to share the concern of Supervisor Gonzalez that nearly $50,000 is a lot of money. And if there's any way around that, I'm just trying to get an idea of how long we're going to be spending that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And I have to leave, Barbara, after this, so I don't know how long you want me to stay, but I have another appointment to go to.
Is there anybody that could call in?
I don't know.
Well, why doesn't either B or
Oh, just if the board had any questions about.
Kosmicki speak to someone from your department directly? Because there's
Yeah,
two
we
of
can
you.
make an appointment to come out and
Yeah.
talk to me if he wants.
Yeah.
Is that all right with you?
Oh, yeah, of course,
See?
yeah.
Is that all right?
Yes, I might attend that meeting with you
Yeah.
because I have
That's-
concerns.
As long as there's only two people.
Right.
And it is a good tour also, because I think I learned a lot when you showed me around there. And
And I've taken the
things that were
tour.
done.
I don't need
Yeah.
a tour.
Yeah.
I just have questions on $50,000. I don't want to throw money around. That's
Yeah.
why that's a
And real quick,
big deal.
and I'm with you. I mean, I want my inmate workers working. That's my goal as the jail commander, is to get them working and back in the community as productive citizens. I'm in a bind right now because the state has put regulations on me with releasing nonviolent criminals. So my population goes down, my inmates aren't accessible working in the kitchen, so I have to be able to still cook for these inmates and provide meals for them. This is the only way I can do that properly, by keeping the temperatures correct and getting the 3 meals out a day.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And I think your concerns.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez?
maybe to help the conversation a little bit, I would recommend having a separate conversation to a certain extent, because this could get really into the weeds and stuff, which we should understand the implications of the state. And that's kind of my sentiment, is why don't we have that as a separate item? Because I've talked to Tony or Captain LaMonica and the sheriff, and I've learned a little bit, even the DA, and ultimately there's a lot of layers to what's created pressure to the local agencies like the sheriff's department to dealing with these the consequences of basically state policies that ultimately now we have to adopt as far as the responsibility. I know AB 109 is a good reference point, and now there's this juvenile justice realignment or something to that extent that's going to be happening also. So there's all this increased pressure on the locals, and ultimately the demand increases cost, right? So the more work we have to do, the more cost increases. That's my rough estimate, but I think this could be a really good conversation. I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki to understand that better.
Yeah, what we can do is they can meet with the sheriff's department and come back, and we can put this on the agenda.
Yeah. And what I was going to suggest is the conversation really isn't necessarily something that you can answer, because they're state guidelines, they're court guidelines. And so I think, Supervisor Kosmicki, I think your concerns go a little bit more broader. So if something is brought to us, I think we need to see how and why the jail inmates, the population, they are being released, and the circumstances, granted related to COVID, but I have those same concerns. And that was my initial conversation that I had with both county council and our CIO. So I'm with you, I hear you, I understand, but I'm sorry, Captain LaMonica isn't the person to address our concerns with. Yeah.
And just real briefly, Mr. I don't want to make it seem like I'm more frustrated on a broader level, and I'm just trying to.
No, I understood. No, we understand that. I understand that.
I think you guys are doing a great job, and you're dealing with what you have. It's frustrating to see nearly $50,000 because of the repercussions coming down from the state, and just trying to figure out if there was any alternative, but it doesn't look like there is. So I appreciate it.
Not right now,
Right.
But
Right.
Bring it up for public comment.
Members of the public wish to speak, press *9 if participating by phone, or the raise your hand icon.
Bring it back to the board. What's the wish of the board?
I'll move to approve. Sorry, let me pull up the item here. I'll move to approve item number 7, a contract amendment with Trinity Service Group to modify the cost per meal and food service staffing due to COVID-19 constraints.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second.
We'll give Peter that second, okay?
I'm happy with that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oops. Go ahead, sorry.
What did,
I was going to say no, but it wasn't my turn yet,
are you
sorry.
yes or?
No, sorry.
You're no?
No.
Okay, 4-1.
That's with Supervisor Gonzalez voting.
Supervisor
Yes.
Gonzalez. Okay. We'll go to number 8. This is pulled by Supervisor Tiffany, Treasurer, Tax Collector.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only reason I pulled this is I'm, of course, new to the board, along with a couple of my fellow supervisors. And I had a few questions about the Treasurer's report. I know this is a regular report, comes from the county. Just a few general questions. As is pointed out in the report, the return on the county's money is extremely low, but that's, the state of the financial world we're in right now. The average return for December was 0.682%, and for the year, rolling average for the year is 1.4%. Which obviously is very low. I understand that this is public money, and I just had a question is there, maybe a law or investment policy? I assume is very conservative. I have no doubt, but I'm curious, what is the policy with investments? And primarily the money's in CDs, commercial paper. And I'm also just interested in how does that return compare with other counties. And I don't know if there's any opportunities to look at any other financial vehicles that are still very conservative, but maybe might get a slight better return. Anyway, these are just general questions I have. We're talking about a lot of money, and a few points here or there, or tenths of points, I should say, might make a big difference in our return. So those are just some of my questions.
Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany. I had the same question 4 years ago. So
okay,
yes,
good. And
yes. Melinda, are you on?
Yeah, she's on.
Okay. Would you like to explain something, and then we'll take some questions from some board members?
Can you ask the question? She had trouble hearing the questions.
Okay. Repeat my question. So again, a question is
Closer to the mic.
my question is, I gather we have a investment policy, and so one question is, what is our investment policy? I'm wondering whether I know this public money, is there a state law that says that our money can only be invested in certain vehicles? And then just a question in regards to the return we're getting. How does that compare with other counties? Do we take a look at that? And then just lastly, are there other possible? I realize that right now it's an uncertain time in the market, so I understand the reasons for being particularly conservative. But are there other financial vehicles that we've considered before that might give us a slightly better return, albeit still very conservative approach to investing? So those are some of my questions.
Did you get that, Melinda? Are you on, Melinda?
I think she's on 2 devices, so let me.
Okay, well, until she gets on, I know Ray can answer a little bit of that because he's heard this many times, I think.
Yeah, there are some just at a high level.
Okay.
Oh, Melinda's on?
Can you?
Okay.
This is Melinda. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try to remember the questions that you asked. Number one, yes, we do have an investment policy, and state regulates what we can invest in. Number two, I think you asked about comparing to other counties. I don't have that information, but I can look into that for you and get back to you. And then number three was other investment vehicles. We are in the process of doing an RFP so that we can, our investment advisor that we currently use has informed us that he is going to be retiring. And so we are currently in the process of doing an RFP so that we can look at some other investment advisors that I know the other counties work with also. Did I answer your questions?
You did, and I would like to see, maybe at a future meeting we can see, comparison with other counties, and after you hire a new investment advisor, I'd be interested in a report as far as his or her evaluation of our past performance and then going forward, his recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Sure. Okay, thank you.
No concerns, thank you.
Supervisor Kazmicki?
No, thanks.
Supervisor Hernandez? We'll take that as a no, Supervisor Hernandez. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, no comment. I'm good.
No problem.
Thank you.
Bring it up for public comment. Any public comment out there?
If anybody wishes to speak, please press star 9 if participating by phone, or raise your hand icon.
Bring it back to the board here. What's the wish of the board?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Treasurer Portfolio Analysis Report for the month of December 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion passes. Now we will go to our regular agenda, but before that, does anybody want to take a break for about 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or are we good?
I'm good.
Okay, we're good. Prior to this here, I want to just mention, when is the new audio system coming in, Ray? Because there's just, it's,
Touché.
I feel for the constituents on
Yeah.
Zoom or on the phone, and is there something we can do to?
Unfortunately, this particular item is apropos to that discussion with COVID. I mean, at this point in time, there is quite a few, in the last few months, there's been a lot of items on back order.
Is there something we can do to mitigate this, at least to think out of the box and, not wait for them? I mean, I understand we do have an RFP, or we
Right.
do have audio, a big system coming in, but can we do something now, just by next meeting, just to at least
Yeah,
do
we
something?
we could probably buy some more of these little speakers and possibly look at another phone system. Again, like I said, a lot of things are on back order, so depending on availability, yes, we'll look into
Okay,
that. Yeah, and then we'll do what we can to try to mitigate some of these issues in the interim. But yes, we are, just as a reminder, I think the last meeting I highlighted that we would be getting a new system, hopefully in March timeframe, at the end of March, and we'll have it installed.
Yeah, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it's-
But we'll go ahead and work on that for you.
Okay, I appreciate
Yep.
that, thank you.
Yep.
Now, we'll start with Health and Human Services, Mrs. Belton.
Yes, good morning, everyone. We have a slightly different format this morning on our PowerPoint presentation. We'll be following this format moving forward. Just so I know some of the board members have asked for an agenda, so we will try to follow this format moving forward. So next slide, and Dr. Ghilarducci is going to start off with addressing the case counts and accounting.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the statewide cases, and you can see that we had quite a significant jump from December through January, and that the case counts have really dropped dramatically since then. We're starting to see total deaths also starting to drop. That is, of course, a lagging indicator that many of the deaths that we're seeing today were infections that occurred up to a month ago, maybe longer. We don't really know exactly why the case counts have dropped so quickly. We're happy that they have. We hope that that continues, but there's certainly some mystery associated with this. Next slide, please. So this shows the similar shapes of graphs with hospitalized patients. I will note that our hospitalized patients still remain above where we were during the summer surge, so we do expect that trajectory to continue to go down. As far as ICU beds, what's good here is seeing this graph actually go up. So it's a little bit opposite of what the other graphs show, but as that number rises, it shows more reserve capacity in ICU beds. Next slide, please. This is a comparison of San Benito County versus the state as far as case counts per 100,000. And you can see that for a while there, we were higher than the state, but are starting to more or less track the kind of statewide numbers. Next slide.
Did those numbers come out for today? Doctor?
There are some numbers coming out at noon today. They basically show the same shape of the curve.
I'm referring to the cases per 100,000. We need to be 14 or below in order to open up for sports.
Yeah, actually, we have a slide that addresses that particular question coming up.
Thank you. I'm always
of course.
ahead of it.
Yeah, of course. And this is the county dashboard showing 75 active cases. We're at 57 deaths right now, 7 in the hospital. And so the numbers are certainly, at least the active cases have come down quite a bit. Some of you may notice that there used to be a vaccination tab at the top. That's been moved to, we're using statewide data now for that. So if you were looking for that, that's now changed. Next slide, please. This is showing the tiers, I think, related to your question regarding case counts. Right now, we're still in purple. We need to get to less than 7 in order to move to red. So we still have a little bit of ways to go, but we hope that this trajectory continues and we can get to red soon. Our overall test positivity has come down quite a bit, which is great. So again, keep your eye on that 17.2 to get down to lower case counts.
I thought it was 14, sir.
I'm sorry?
I thought the number was 14. Adjusted cases.
I believe, yeah, there may be, that's a good question. I haven't looked at the state website today. Perhaps you're referring to that?
Yes, I am, because I'm looking at...
I can interject slightly. I think you're referring to the youth and sports
yes, yes, ma'am.
guidance, correct? I'll address that a little bit later
okay.
in my presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. This is a nationwide model looking at California in particular. This model actually changed recently. Our projections from this model about a week ago showed a very much higher red curve, but now they're projecting that to be quite a bit lower. Again, probably reflecting the rate of vaccination that seems to be improving. There are, of course, concerns about variants coming out that could have an effect, but what I would like to point out here is if you look at it's hard to see this color here, but if you look at the lowest curve, the green curve, that shows what universal masking would do. So just a kind of another demonstration, at least mathematically, how effective masks, just something simple as that, can be. Next slide, please. So getting into vaccine, this is on our website dashboard. So if you click on vaccine dashboard, I believe the next slide will show us that. Oh, okay. This is showing the distribution of vaccines to our various providers in the county. And this is this week's allocation as well as the totals to date. So you can see a relative number that have come across there. Next slide, please. This is showing the vaccine dashboard statewide, showing that there's been a total of 7,145 doses administered to San Benito County residents. Now, it's important to remember this is not necessarily those administered within San Benito County. So many people have been able to get vaccinated outside of the county, usually through their healthcare providers or they work out of the county. So there's various ways that this can happen. Next slide, please. And this shows the pace of vaccination within San Benito County. And we've kind of hit a sort of steady state. This is really, again, a function of supply. We did have a supply hiccup last week due to the weather in the Midwest that affected shipping. This affected every county in California, in fact, mostly nationwide. We expect those doses to be delivered this week, and as well as our weekly allocation. So we had a delay last week due to that. So I think you'll see these numbers jump up next time we report.
Doctor, have we seen an increase in vaccines in our coming to San Benito County?
Have we seen an increase? I'm sorry?
Yes. Have we seen an increase in doses that have arrived at or will be arriving at San Benito County? I know I've heard that we had additional 500, I think it was, or 1,000 doses compared to the previous week. I believe
it jumped up to 1,100 from prior levels.
I just want to thank the of course, Senator Caballero and Robert Rivas, and Tracy and the board, sending that message to the governor. Not sure if that helped, but something happened, and we need to continue to put pressure on the governor to bring us more vaccines on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think San Benito County overall has been underproportioned in vaccine, at least by population. And plus, when we think about folks that come into the county to work, especially during the growing season, we need to have some formula to account for that increased demand on vaccine. But absolutely, we did see a small increase. I hope that that continues. Of course, last week was a hiccup. So we'll see a big jump this week. I don't think that's going to be sustained going forward, but I hope that overall we see a weekly increase. This slide shows kind of a breakdown by age, and we're really pleased. We've hit the 60% mark for first dose to 75 and older. We're continuing to work on the 65 to 74-year-old age group. This is super important because these are the folks that are most at risk of serious disease or ending up in the hospital. So as we continue to make progress in this group, we think that our demand on our healthcare system should be much better. And obviously, pain and suffering for people are super important. So we're continuing to focus on these groups with, and then starting to reach out to the remainder of Phase 1B, Tier 1 as well, the occupational groups. Next slide. And this is race and ethnicity data that's published by the state, which largely tracks our local numbers. You can see the breakdown of percent of vaccines administered. Obviously, we have a large Latino population. I would love to see that number continue to come up. We're continuing to focus on those efforts. That's super important, but this gives you an idea. And then the next slide. This is showing percentage by age, which largely tracks with the graph that I showed you earlier. And I believe that's, is there another slide? Yeah, there. Tracy, did you want to take over at some point, or do you want me to? Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I can take over. So just to bring a little bit more clarity to the dashboard, I just wanted to advise you all why we decided to take down our local dashboard. So we had a vaccine dashboard that we were trying to track what was allocated to our providers as well as what was dosed out. And as the providers increased, it was just really difficult for us to track the number. And then there was a discrepancy in the number that we were reporting out versus the state dashboard because the state dashboard reports out how many individuals within our county have been vaccinated, and that means they could be getting the vaccine outside of the county from a different provider, and so there was conflict in the numbers. And so what we've decided to do is on our page, as Dr. Ghilarducci mentioned, there's a link to the state website, but we are also going to push out weekly the allocations that go out to the providers because individuals wanted to know how many each individual provider was getting. And so those were the slides that were previous. PIO Westrick is helping push those out. And so I just wanted to bring some clarity as to why we decided to do that because things were changing so rapidly and we didn't want to have any conflicting information. So I just wanted to provide that clarity. I know we've talked about recently the third part. Oh, can you go back to the last slide, please? Sorry. Last slide, please. Okay. Okay, so we've talked about a third-party administrator coming in. The state has announced that Blue Shield is the third-party administrator. We haven't quite received exactly when this is going to roll out. We have a meeting with Blue Shield on Friday to discuss the third-party administrator and how it's going to affect our county. But I just wanted to add a couple of these slides just so that we can all understand what the third-party administrator is, and it's Blue Shield, and they will manage select and manage the network responsible for the delivery of the healthcare and allocate the vaccine to the providers within our county. And so they will be our third-party administrator, and we will still work with them regularly to allocate the vaccine to the community. Next slide. And this just kind of talks about the process of how the third-party administrator works. And as you can see in the box below, it says the local public health departments will continue to play a key role as vaccine providers and continue to advise and coordinate with the state on the statewide vaccine network. So we'll have more information for the next board meeting. As I indicated, we will be meeting with Blue Shield on Friday, and we plan to roll this out soon. Next slide. Also wanted to touch on My Turn, which is a state platform that we will eventually be using. We had a goal of rolling out My Turn this week. However, as you're all aware, we do have a county portal that we created, an interest portal that we've been using to provide vaccine to the community. As of today, we have over 12,000 interest forms on the portal. We are doing our best to distribute the interest to the local providers as well as to our public health staff to get individuals vaccinated. It's really important for the community to remember that out of the 12,000 individuals that are on there, we are still trying to prioritize by age. And so if you're 65 and older and you're just 65, remember there's an age gap between 65 and 75 that has been prioritized. And so we're waiting for a couple more updates from My Turn. We've been onboarding with them for the last few weeks. And we feel that we need a better mechanism with them to be able to integrate our interest portal. And so they are working on that improvement, and we continue to have discussions with them. And so, again, if you are on the interest portal, we do have your name. We have distributed the contacts to the providers within the community, as well as some of the sector providers. And so next slide, I think I have a little bit more information on that. So as you're all aware, we are in phase 1B, tier 1, which covers individuals 65 and older, and then sector populations, so ag and food, education and childcare, and emergency services. This is on the state website, the covid19.ca.gov website. I encourage everybody to take a look at this website. This is where we follow our prioritization. And if you can't click on the link in the PowerPoint, but if you see the link right below the two boxes that has the allocation guidelines, that helps you understand how these sectors are defined as well, and has links to the critical infrastructure for these identified populations. So currently we are vaccinating phase 1B, tier 1, with prioritization. For the food and agriculture industry, we have a collaboration that we've developed with the Grower Shipper Association, who deals with the farm labor community, to assist us in scheduling and providing vaccine to the food and ag industry. I believe they're doing their first vaccine clinic this week with this. They've partnered with Safeway to start vaccinating our food and ag industry. Unfortunately, as Dr. G mentioned, the vaccine was delayed last week due to the weather, and so they'll be starting their first vaccine clinic for this population. They are working off of our interest portal, as well as with some of our local industries that fall in the food and ag industry. There is a new allocation methodology that came out from the state. They are advising that 70% of our vaccine should go to 65 and older. 70% of the vaccine should go to 65 and older, and 30% to the above sectors that are identified. So when we're allocating our vaccines to these sectors, this is the guidance that we are following. And the governor announced that beginning March 1st, the county will allocate, and we're not exactly sure if it comes out of our current allocation or if there's going to be a separate allocation. 10% of that allocation goes to education. So we've had two vaccine clinics at our public health services office to vaccinate emergency services, education, and childcare. We have another one that will be tomorrow. I don't have an exact
Tracy,
number of how many.
Question.
Okay.
This is Peter.
Peter.
Yeah, Tracy, thank you. Just quick question. So what is the formula? How did they come up with the math that says 70%? Well, let me backtrack. What is, ultimately the population that's 65 and older, it sounds like is higher than the population of the 30%, which is the food and ag and all these other ones. I mean, that's only my only rationale that I can come up with to understand how they said 70% to 65 and older, and then 30% for the above sectors. Can you explain that a bit?
That is my understanding as well. Dr. Ghilardici, do you have any more clarity on the allocation process from the state, or Dr. Gellert?
Dr. Ghilardici here. I don't have much more to add than what you had there.
Yeah, I believe that that's how they're allocating it. So they base it off our population size of 65 and older, but this is a statewide allocation methodology. So they are recommending the state follow this methodology. And so, yes, and that's how they give us our number. So like we indicated, we got 1,100 this round. We haven't got our allocation for the next week. We generally get that sometime today, how many we get allocated, and then we'll break it up based off of this and then break it up by each provider.
And Dr. Geller here, just to add to that, these are clearly evidence and risk-based. So the framework, the tiers that they've recommended across the state really derive from what the rates of infection, severe hospitalizations, and deaths are in each subgroup of the populations. That's the way it all balances out.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and my understanding, the food and ag industry doesn't necessarily have access to medical, whereas, and I'm generalizing, but in the 65 population and older might. So, I appreciate that you mentioned risk. I think that's important because, right now in our community, this is why I think it's really important that it, to a certain extent, allows counties to be involved in the conversation about distribution of vaccines. Is in our community, the highest risk is definitely the older Latino. That those folks are more susceptible, and especially if they're in the ag industry, that those folks are, there's less access, and there's a communication gap. So all that being considered, I know that in our community, the highest death rate is amongst the older Latino male population. So that's why I questioned the math. But nonetheless, it's what the state made it to be.
Mr. Chair, if I could just follow-up question. Tracy, I'm gathering we have not heard, I mentioned earlier today the governor's announcement of a special allocation of something like 34,000 vaccines for farm workers separate from any other allocation, and identifying 11 special vaccination sites. We haven't heard anything in regards to anything taking place in either, our area, Salinas Valley, San Juan Valley area, have we?
Not that I'm aware of, not as of today. I know they're standing up some OptumServe vaccine sites in the valley that are going to be primarily vaccinating that population as well. We have put in a request to the state for an OptumServe vaccine site in our county as well. And so I anticipate that it's going to eventually shift here. We're hopeful for that, and we would like to stand up some mass vaccine clinics instead of working off of our interest portal to vaccine more. And I think you're aware of that as well.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chair, we may, if we've already done that from the county health, maybe as a board, I might suggest that I know we already put together one letter, but maybe we look at another letter to the governor saying, we need the special allocation for farm workers in our area as well, not just in the Central Valley. I think that Supervisor Hernandez, and we've talked about this before, but raises a very important point. Our farm worker population is just tremendously underserved right now, and we need to do everything possible to get more vaccinations for that sector in particular.
Mr. Chair, also I'd like to add, and I appreciate that, Supervisor Tiffany. I would agree to writing a letter if maybe we can add basically the formula as far as the impact in our community is, what is the breakdown of the impact, the infection rate and the death rate in our community with those populations, the 70% and the 30%, and then also including, ultimately the actual distribution that's happened to those populations. I think that would kind of send it, maybe make it a little bit clearer as to why the focus is for us to have a second letter written.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So just one other highlight there is beginning March 15th, the healthcare providers that are vaccinating will be using their clinical judgment to vaccinate individuals aged 16 to 64 who are deemed to be a very high risk to get sick from COVID-19. And there's a whole list of severe health conditions on the website. And so that will begin on March 15th. Also just wanted to inform the residents of our county that if you are able to secure a vaccine outside of our county from one of those big providers, Kaiser, Stanford, VA, any entity that can vaccinate you, we encourage you to do that. There's no limitation. We are not asking you to stay within our county. We've heard that there's a lot of things on social media that people are posting things that are indicating that they can get vaccinated in Santa Clara County, and there's ways to get vaccinated outside of our county. We don't know all those available sites, but we encourage you that if you are able to secure a vaccine for yourself or one of your loved ones, that we encourage you to do so.
And
Next slide.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, I'd just like to underscore that, and thank you, Tracy, for pointing that out. I'm sure I'm not alone. I've received a number of emails as well as on social media sites, as Tracy mentions. People have been successful of going out of our county. It takes maybe a little bit of research, but finding sites like Stanford Medical and others where you do not have to be, for example, a Santa Clara County resident, you can be from San Diego County. You do not have to be a patient. You do not have to be employed up in that area. So I do encourage people those that are able to take a look at that. If you're 65 and over, you may be able to secure a vaccine sooner than here. We're doing everything possible to increase vaccines here, but in the meantime, I think it makes a lot of sense if you can go out of town, if you're able to. It also will have the side benefit of leaving more vaccines for those who are not in the position of being able to run out of town, more for farm workers and the like. So anyway, thank you for bringing that up, Tracy.
Absolutely. So I think this is the guidance that Supervisor Medina was talking about, and there was new outdoor and indoor youth and recreational sports guidance that came out. It doesn't go into effect until Friday. It is pretty long, and I'm not going to be able to regurgitate everything that it states, but it does change the guidance for youth and recreational sports. Mm-hmm. There are some requirements that are listed in it that we should all pay attention to, and there is going to be a testing requirement. However, the state has not pushed that out to us yet, but they will be providing the testing resource. Hopefully they'll have that out to us before Friday, and we can push something out to the community once we get clarity on this. But it did come out. Supervisor Medina is correct, and there is more. There's more information about allowing these sports to happen. If you can advance the next slide, there is still some, because we are in the purple tier, there is, we still do have to follow what's permitted in these tiers. And it's just a reminder in the purple tier that it is still outdoor sports only and low contact. And they did add some sports to this, which I think they added the equestrian events and some other ones. And so I would really, if you participate in a sport or you're in a youth sport or a club sport, I would really encourage you to take a look at the website and read through the guidance. I've already received several emails from some of our local sport programs asking about this, and so we will put out a press release once we get more clarity on how the testing requirement's going to work, so that we can all be mindful of how this is going to roll out. Next slide.
Tracy,
PIOS. Sure.
Tracy, can you go back to the slide, 2 slides prior? One more. Okay, on this one here, the case rates between 7 and 14, this information will be using the state's website for this. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And this is based upon 7 days or based upon 14 days?
I believe it's 14 days, but we're going to have to check that, to be honest, Mark. I'm not 100% familiar with this. There's so many that I have to read. We can do a little research on it. I'll have our analysts take a look at it as well, and then we can provide some further guidance on it.
I appreciate that, Tracy. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And is Westrick on the?
He is.
I am.
If you can go back one slide, please. Go back a slide, please. So we wanted to give PIO Westrick an opportunity to share some of the changes that we're making at our public health services and some of the updates he's going to be providing. You can advance to the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board and Chair. Last week we did a couple of things, but just to be succinct, we are posting allocations for vaccine each Monday. So when we get those information, we actually will post those and actually put out to the providers. It'll be on my page and, of course, the San Benito County page and Public Health's page as well. An interesting thing we did last week that we've been working on for a few weeks is a feature we did with our public health officers and deputy public health officer. It's called Talk with a Doc, hashtag Talk with a Doc. It'll be a bi-weekly interaction where we answer questions from our residents. This last Friday was the very first one, and Dr. Ghilarducci and Gillard gave an update, much like we saw today, but they also answered questions from folks that out there that we put out. So we talked about vaccine equity. They talked about vaccines. They also answered questions about where people can get their vaccine as well. And it was very well received. A lot of hits on it. Again, we'll do that for every other week. And that's it. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation, unless anyone has any questions.
Tracy, I just wanted to add that Dr. Gellert here, just so we manage expectations of the public and the board appropriately. The majority of leading epidemiologists in the country, including epidemiologists who serve on the White House Coronavirus Advisory Task Force, have predicted that as particularly the UK variant becomes the dominant strain in the United States through March and April, we may see another significant wave of infections, or surge, as we've called them in the past. And depending on where we are with respect to vaccination at that time nationwide will determine, as Dr. Ghilarducci showed you in that slide with the multiple curves, will determine just how bad that surge is. As I say, some epidemiologists feel that the pace of immunization has been such that we may see a surge that could exceed what we've had in the past. And so we just mentioned this because obviously important to manage expectations and to continue to emphasize that no one has to be infected or at risk if they maintain those personal preventive measures. But also to take notice that there may be a need to increase some of our practices to reduce social congregation if another major surge starts to come our way. It's obviously impossible to predict where we're going to be exactly with vaccination relative to the rate of communication of this new variant, which is much more highly contagious than the existing variant in the U.S. But as I say, most leading epidemiologists presently are expecting us to have what could be a pretty robust surge in March and April.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, I know there will be tons of questions, so you're not off the hook, Tracy. We'll start with Supervisor Tiffany and then Supervisor Kazmicki.
I already made a couple comments. I guess I would just follow up with what Dr. Gellert just said, is that, there is a concern not just with the new variants, but also with the fact that people are getting vaccinated and our numbers are down, which is very encouraging, but we do have to stay very vigilant. I thought that the curve that Dr. G showed with universal mask wearing, what a significant lower curve that it showed. So anyway, even while we're getting vaccines and numbers are coming down, I just encourage everyone, wear your mask, social distance, and still be vigilant. So thank you.
Supervisor Kazmicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question first. maybe I missed this. Where are we at on the age? We're going down in age. You know, we were at the 80s at some point a couple weeks ago. Is there a specific age where we're at right now on the distribution?
Sure. So that's a little bit of a tough question to answer because there's so many different populations that are being served by different providers. So if you're being served by one of the external providers, so the Hazel Hawkins Hospital, Dr. Bress, one of the pharmacies, they may be at a lower level because they have less in their patient pool. As far as our public health list, we're probably around 73, I would suggest. However, we, there have been individuals that were older that didn't get vaccinated quite yet that we're trying to get still in our mass vaccine clinic that are in their high 70s.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a number, the percentage of, I know Dr. Ghilarducci, I think last meeting presented the percentage of Latinos in the county. I know I saw California was at 16%. I think our state population I looked up was 39%, so that number is startling to say the least. Do we have a percentage in our county of Latinos that have, the proportion of Latinos that have been vaccinated?
The slide number 15, I think, shows that pretty well. It shows the proportion of vaccines administered by race and ethnicity. Does that answer your question?
I thought it was the state. I thought that was a statewide number.
I'd have to go to the dashboard to look that up. I can tell you in a minute.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I'll keep going. The transition to My Turn, we have thousands of people on the county portal. Do we have a plan in place, and what is that plan to transition those names that are on the county portal over to My Turn, or do people have to go back and sign in on My Turn once we make that transition?
That's an excellent question. So we have asked to be able to import our interest portal to the My Turn, and they don't have a mechanism for that. And so we've held off on the My Turn because we're trying to figure out a way to get individuals into the My Turn. We may have to have people re-register through My Turn. The only difference with My Turn and ours is My Turn, you actually can make an appointment for a vaccine. Ours is simply an interest portal. And so it would be more, it wouldn't allow them to make the appointment for the vaccine at the same time when their turn is up. But there may not be a workaround for that, and that's why we've held off as My Turn is working on some of those things in the development of the platform.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the challenge, but I just want to underscore that could be a major problem in our community. People have signed up already on that portal, and I think it would be very, very difficult to do the outreach necessary. I don't think it's even possible to do the outreach necessary to reach all those people that have signed up on that portal. I'll just suggest, again, we had our vaccine meeting this week and we talked, and I appreciated your willingness to look at using these volunteers that we have to call the people on the portal list. And I think that would be another option once we make that switch to My Turn, to utilize those volunteers perhaps to call the people specifically on the portal to make sure that if we don't have a way to naturally transition them, to make sure that they know they have to sign up for the My Turn as well.
Mm-hmm. Agree. We just want to encourage the public that if they've created an interest form, to not create another one. We have several people who've created over 10 or 12 interest forms, and it doesn't bump them any higher on the list, but it does create multiple duplicates within our system. And so to try to weed those out. So if you've submitted an interest on the interest portal, you should receive a confirmation email that we have it. And what we're doing with My Turn is they are trying to iron out some of the details for us to be able to send a QR code to individuals that are on our list, and then that will give them the opportunity to and a specific invite code, and then they can go on to My Turn with the QR code and schedule their appointment. And so we're just trying to iron out the wrinkles before it goes live, because we are equally worried about that, and we just want people to be aware that, I know several of you are receiving, am I on the list? Can you check my name? If you've submitted an interest form, you are on the list, and you should have got an email to receive that. And so we're trying to clean up our list. And you also have to remember that when we're going through the list to schedule appointments, thus far, about 50% of the calls that we're making to schedule appointments for have already been vaccinated. And so it just takes a lot of time for us to get through that list and really, so we're trying to find different ways to merge the list and clean up the list. So thanks for being patient with us all, and we know that everybody wants a vaccine as soon as reasonably possible. So thank you.
And then real quick, the mass vaccination clinics, are those continuing in the county? It's specifically, I guess, for that senior population we're still trying to address?
Absolutely. We have another one on Friday at our office.
Great.
For 65 and older.
And then I'll try to get through this quickly. The educators, the 10% going to educators on March 1st, I just again want to just really stress that we engage with our school districts to potentially set up clinics at the schools. We're going to be getting that. I think that's right around the corner. Well, it's really right around the corner, actually. So I know we have a lot on our plate, but I just want to put that out there again, that that would be a really productive way of allocating the vaccines to the school district or to the educators, is by using the school districts and their resources. They're more than willing to help. And then that I got covered. Just sort of smaller level. I had a resident in Aromas who's on the Monterey County side. We don't necessarily serve them, but there was frustration expressed about the 95004 zip code for some reason. They were asking about can they get vaccinated here? They're not showing up in the Monterey County system, the 95004 zip code, for whatever reason. So that might be something. Again, that's not our county, but I just want to put that out there. If there's any way we can just send a email or something to Monterey to verify if there's an issue there. And then as far as outreach goes, I just want to reemphasize with our PIO and our staff about using Facebook ads in particular. I think is a useful, relatively inexpensive way to get the word out. And then just once again, just want to mention to keep it on the radar as far as. I think it's probably when we get to the Blue Shield part of this, putting out a mailer and explaining to people what they need to do. And that might be a way to address the portal issue as well. That's all I have. Thank you. Oh, lastly, did we get the percentage of Latinos in the county?
Yeah. Let me share my screen here. So this is the state dashboard that shows the proportion of Latino in San Benito County at 25.3. I will note, though, that we have about 30% where we don't have race or ethnicity data entered at the vaccine site, so we need to improve that. But compared to statewide, at 16%, San Benito County is probably doing much better.
And I, as long as we're talking about this, and please feel free to, if we had the vaccine meeting this week. Obviously we talked about the Health Foundation. If we haven't taken steps yet to contact them and engage with them again, I understand. But if there is anything to share, I would appreciate that as well.
I can comment on that briefly. We are continuing and wrapping up our investigation in regard to the vaccine use and should have something out hopefully by the end of this week.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a couple real quick follow-up or circle back to me?
I will.
That's fine.
Supervisor Hernandez?
No questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Back to Supervisor Tiffany.
Just a couple follow-up. One, Tracy, when Supervisor Kosmicki was talking about the registration list, it occurred to me that you said roughly about 50% of the calls that you make, you find out that they've already been vaccinated. Is there any mechanism for an individual who did get a vaccination to go in and remove themselves from the registration list? And if so, might that be something we try to get the word out to help us in terms of reducing that list? So you don't make calls that you don't need to make?
That's an excellent question. Unfortunately, there's no way for the public to remove their names off the interest list. But what we are able to do, or we are trying to do, is we are able to pull who's been vaccinated in our county and try to merge those lists and filter the list that way. It's just a lot of data. And so we are currently working through that now. And as Supervisor Kosmicki suggested, we are going to try to work through that list earlier to get people off the list, but again, it's over 12,000 individuals. And so we're trying to work with, algorithms to get them removed out of the lists. And it's just harder when people have done multiple interest lists. And so we're doing the best to kind of weed through the lists to get individuals out. But, I worry that if we had individuals reach out to us to tell us that they've been vaccinated, it would just create more work for us on the hotline as well as the public health line. And so we're trying our best to get people weeded out, and hopefully this merge will help us with the data we get from the state.
Okay, thank you. And then just getting back to the outreach that Supervisor Kosmicki brought up. Dave, if you're still out there, I'm just wondering, what social media sites do we currently get? Maybe we want to review, take a look at there's a number of them out there, and I think some we do a really good job of getting the word out to, and maybe some not as good. I'm just curious which ones that we're reaching out to, Facebook page-wise, et cetera.
I'm happy to answer that. I did a Facebook-wide ad for coming up to the Super Bowl for folks not to gather. And then I did several for the small business relief grant. We had, I think, about 12,000 hits on those themselves. 4 or 5 ads in total, I believe, this time. Once the vaccine information stabilizes for our residents to sign up for appointments, we will make sure that happens as well for that on a wide basis.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, first of all, I want to say thank you for the update for the county vaccine allocation informational sheet that's being disseminated. I suppose it started the week of the 15th, and then there's another one on February 22nd, so thank you. As a supervisor not on the ad hoc committee that discusses the vaccines, I'm a little bit in the dark here of what's going on, and I have to pull my information from social media. So we need to find some way that I start getting the information. We meet 2 times a month, and so I, as the general public, am in the dark about what's going on. So somehow, some way, we need to have updates more frequently, because I'm relying on Facebook to get the details that I should know firsthand already. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Dave, Tracy, whoever put this together, I very much appreciate it. So please keep that up. As to the vaccines, we did not get a response from the letter from the governor, correct? At this point, there's been no response. Okay, so I would agree, maybe a second letter, phone call, something, because we need to get more vaccines in, and a bigger population be able to have access to the vaccines. And looking at this update, this weekly update, I see that San Benito Health Foundation still doesn't have any future allocations. Has that issue been resolved, and when can the Health Foundation expect to receive another weekly allocation so they can continue on with their vaccine services? And without repeating the potential conflict that I'm coming from, but I feel that site has done a phenomenal job in vaccinating those individuals, and we need to see them get back on board, getting their allocations, and be able to vaccinate the population. Almost everybody here keeps referring to the Latino population. That is the population that the San Benito Health Foundation caters to and serves, and so we need to make sure that line is back open, that they are able to serve the population that needs to be getting the vaccines. Thank you.
Well, I'll give a couple of things on the Health Foundation part. They need to follow the rules. They follow the rules, then things change. When we're looking at the Latino population. We do have a second plan. We're having the grower shippers from Salinas. They stepped up and they're actually doing 2 vaccinations, 100 on Friday, or I'm sorry, 100 on Thursday, 120 on Friday. And they are following the rules. They are prioritizing exactly what we're asking them to do. The other thing that I'm looking at, and I apologize beforehand, Tracy, I just think we have an issue with communication in general. It's a hard job, you know, and I'm not a tech guru, but we have 12,000, I believe 12,000 people in this database. Is there a way to download that into an email and just let people know that, yes, they are? I know you send an email in the very beginning, but some of the people, they're not as tech savvy, or they might have forgot that they received an email. Is there some type of an up? We can use those 12,000 people and send emails and update them on what's happening, because some of the people think, okay, did they forget me? I think that would be important. The second part is the actual vaccines to vaccinate our constituents. I mean, that's a different subject, but I think what we can control is communications. And as long as we are able to do that, I think we may look a little bit better. I would advise you or ask you possibly to get with our tech support and ask them if we can do some type of a migration with these emails and just at least ping them I don't know if it's every week or a couple times a week, just to let them know that, yes, we are in the process of doing something. So, and it might be wise there, because I know Supervisor Kosmicki has said something about the other portal that will open. That might be a way to communicate to them also, because they did provide an email. And I just think right now we don't have the vaccines. If we don't have the vaccines, we have to have the communication, because we can control that. And that's how I feel right now. I'm a little bit disappointed in the communication side. And, you know, I talk to you a lot throughout the week, Tracy, and I appreciate you listening to me. But I just wanted to bring that one point up, because that's what I'm hearing from everyone.
We appreciate that, and we will do the best we can to get some type of email out. I'm hopeful that once we can merge this list and get the individuals off of our interest form that have been vaccinated, that we'll be able to send out some type of email. And we're working with our web designer, who's the one who created the drop form for us, and we've worked with IT as well. It's just a work in progress. So I appreciate the comments, and we'll do our best to work with PI Electric as well, and my analyst who's managing the list, to get more information out. I don't want to promise anything, because I don't know if we have the capacity to do it, but I'm hopeful that, you know, we can get something out, and that, you know, I'm hopeful that we'll see that a lot of the people on the interest portal have already been vaccinated, but we will do our best, and we can report something back out at the next board meeting on an update, and hopefully by then we'll have something out. So I appreciate the feedback, and we'll do the best we can.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Geller here. I just also add to Tracy's comments that working with David has been really, really great. These last couple of weeks, we've pulled together a specific task force focused on nothing but COVID-related communications to the public. And we're looking at every avenue of outreach, not just electronic, which may be underrepresented in certain communities, but even paper-based. And we are evolving a calendar that is going to have regular communications, both relating to the overall dynamics of the epidemic and disease spread, but also on preventive measures and, of course, vaccinations, where to get them, how to get them, and so forth. The vaccination side, of course, is a tricky communication, because if you over-communicate before you have vaccine, you create unmet demand. The White House is stating, as you're all aware, that most Americans won't be vaccinated until the summer, and the country as a whole may not reach herd immunity until the end of the summer. So we need to put the vaccine communications need to be somewhat titrated according to the availability of vaccines. But we've certainly recognized that there literally is no excessive amount of communication when it comes to prevention and to letting people know, what's going on with the epidemic in our community. And I think we're going to see escalating frequency and volume of communications over the coming weeks. I've been working very closely with David and the rest of Lynn's team. Everybody is very dedicated to taking this on and ensuring that we're among the best in California in this regard.
Tracy, I have a question, clarification. Am I understanding that the San Benito Health Foundation has not given you the information that you need? I know we keep going back to this, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just need to understand, have they been compliant in your requests, and is there still an outstanding issue?
I appreciate the question. They have submitted some information that we have requested, not all of it, and it is under review as we speak. And like I said, we should have some type of response to them by the end of the week. And we're also hopeful that the partnership will be able to continue.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comment?
Real quick, if I may, I just want to echo what Chairman Medina said about the portal, and I brought up in the vaccine meeting as well about perhaps using the ad hoc, perhaps using the volunteers to actually call those people, independent of the My Turn issue, and I think that's probably the biggest complaint, I guess you could say, that we get is that, hey, I signed up on the portal. What do I do now? The weeks have gone by. No one's contacted me. I didn't get a verification. Whatever we can do to solve that issue, I just want to echo we should do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? Okay. Proceed.
Yeah, so we're on to our next part of our COVID item. That's going to be our round two grant update. I have Dulce Alonso, our management analyst, who will provide a quick update with you. After that, following that, we'll discuss enforcement and Great Plates briefly. Dulce?
Yes, thank you, Board. So as of closing the application, we did receive 139 grant application. Staff is currently reviewing to make sure that they are completed, and if any documents are incomplete or missing certain data, we're allowing businesses to submit all information by this Friday. But other than that, I have no updates.
Anything from the ad hoc panel?
Well, I'll just follow up. We had a meeting, Supervisor Kosmicki and myself and Dulce and Ray. I guess maybe you got in on the end. But we had an update meeting yesterday morning. It seems like the program's going very well. 139 people applied. There's certainly some that are not eligible. We can tell right off the bat, but there's many that are certainly eligible, and I think can look forward to receiving a grant. And the applications have been, the final applications were due Sunday evening, I believe, at 11 p.m. So we're not taking any more applications. But we are allowing, as Dulce just said, we are allowing applicants that didn't provide everything to get everything pulled together and into us this week. But I would emphasize to those applicants to please get the requirements in as soon as possible. Once we get past this week, we're not going to be able to take any more information to complete those applications because the reviews have to take place. And we want to get the money out there as soon as possible. Those would be my comments.
Mr. Chair? Thank you. I'll reiterate what Supervisor Tiffany said about the timeline, but I just want to say I'm just very, very excited about how this went. I think so far, getting 139 applicants, I think that's right around the ballpark that we were expecting and budgeted for. Just to temper expectations for some of the folks out there that may have applied that were outside of the eligibility requirements, you're probably not going to get a grant award if you weren't in the, you know, closed or significantly modified category, because we did get a significant number of applicants, and I understand people are shooting darts at the wall. But don't, you know, please temper your expectations if you're not in one of those categories. I would say my best estimate was probably about 40% of the 139 applicants or so were not really eligible for the awards. But to those that are, I just, you know, we're really excited as a county, and I think it's this county board and this staff really stepped up, I think, to you know, put resources in an area that is much needed with helping our community, particularly the businesses that were most impacted by the restrictions. And so thank you very much to the board, and thank you to the staff, and particularly Miss Alonso. I really appreciate your hard work on this and your dedication to, you know, and Ray as well, obviously, but, you know, just the staff really taking this on, because these are all added duties on top of everything else. So I just want to say thank you for that. Thank you.
And if there's no other further questions on the grant update, I'll go ahead and move to enforcement, if that's okay with Mr. Chair. So I'd like to go ahead and invite up Mike Chambliss via Zoom, and he's going to give a brief update to your board regarding enforcement. Mike?
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Chairman Medina and board members. Our COVID program is continuing to perform well. We are in calendar day 39 of the program. To date, we've made 42 initial contacts, so that would be 42 separate businesses that we've been out and made the initial contact and provided education to. And we have a total number of inspections exceeding 129 at this stage. We're continuing to find broad compliance within the unincorporated area, with the need to issue just one citation within the unincorporated area. One citation was issued within the city limits of San Juan Bautista when they had a vacancy of their code enforcement officer for a little while, and they asked for some assistance. The cities and the county continue to meet weekly to help each other as needed. The cities are responsible for enforcing violations within their jurisdictions, while our program is focused on the unincorporated areas. It does not mean that we do not provide advice or technique or anything else should they need some pointers. The county continues to operate the hotline, and Tracy's office processes the initial calls and routes them out to the appropriate agencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Mike?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had a call from a resident who puts on I forget the name, their horse events, Gymkhana events over in the San Juan Valley, and asked me to, you know, look into. They were basically contacted and told to shut down those events. So I'm just wondering what sort of feedback I can get on that, as far as how that fits into the you know, the priority as far as enforcement goes. You know, I'm open to hearing your thoughts on it. I'm not overly familiar. I've been to Gymkhana events, but I don't know this particular event as far as how close the contact is. But I think there's a case to be made on perhaps on both sides of this, if there's a lot of contact. But then maybe the state just, you know, if this is just, you know, forbidden from the state, maybe that's another issue. And then I don't also wonder whether the upcoming changes with sports this weekend would affect that. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that particular type of event? This is obviously a rural community. Rodeos and Gymkhana and that sort of thing are popular here. Can we talk about that and just what the guidelines are and the requirements with that?
Yeah, and let me just add, Supervisor Kosmicki, I received the same phone calls as well. I think there's one group called Tri-County Riders, and they have regular events, and they have been holding them, and then suddenly they were told they had to shut them down, and they were wondering why. My understanding, I see under purple tier, equestrian events are listed. I did speak to Ray just before the meeting, and I think there may have been a concern or an issue with spectators. So, but anyway, again, if we can hear on that, but I think there may be a way to let them continue make sure that certain guidelines are followed. But Mike, excuse me for interrupting.
Sure. I can comment briefly on that, Mike, if you'd like.
Okay, I was going to let them know that the guidance changes on Friday, but go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. The guidance does change on Friday, and it does indicate single riders, no spectators. And we can push that guidance out to those individuals in those groups, but it does now include those types of events on Friday.
And that's
So just
Tracy. Tracy,
answer your questions about what
Hey,
occurred.
Mike, hold on one second, please.
Yes.
Tracy, just for a point of clarity, the guidance is something different than the case rate from 7 to 14 for that week. Am I correct?
Yeah, the 7 to 14, I believe, relates to more competition type interactive sports. And so if our case rate is between 7 to 14 per 100,000, some of the sports that can operate in the orange tier can operate in the purple tier if our case rate is that low. I looked it up while we paused. And so, like I said, we'll push that out soon. By Friday, we'll have an update on that. But as far as equestrian, those can operate in the purple tier. And what basically what these individuals need to do is they need to go to the guidance and read it so they can see exactly how it pertains to their industry. It's really helpful. And we can help direct them there if they need it. You can refer them to our public health line, and we can help guide them there.
So the purple tier is just changing. They're adding different things to the purple tier as a whole.
I believe they added, I believe they added 3. Equestrian, maybe, and I can't remember the other 2. They did add some to that, and it's not an all-inclusive list. I mean, you can't include everything, and so it's basically in the purple tier, single type sports, golf, those types of things. If you take a look at the list, but there's some discussions that we'd be happy to have with them, and I know that some of them have reached out to us too. So feel free to refer them back to us for clarity.
Thank you.
I have one other question. So City of Hollister has 0 citations to this point. Is that correct? Or
no, that's not correct.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I can't put a number to how many they've cited, but they have cited a couple of businesses within the city. We can try to get a report out for them at the next meeting exactly on what they've cited. But we don't track their citations. I know they've cited a couple face covering citations, and then following the business ordinance, they've also done some citations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mr. Mike, just to be clear on that first citation, you do educate the business owner or the individual. Am I safe to assume that?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Did we answer your questions, or do you need to know more about what happened?
No, I'm fine. I just appreciate that. I just wanted to hear that straight from you.
No problem.
All right.
So that ends my report.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that.
To the CAO.
Yes, so there's no other questions with your board. I'd like to go ahead and just give a brief update on the Great Plates program. As you're aware, we went through a first round of Great Plates last calendar year. We had about $734,000 incorporated into the program. 6.5% of that was a county share, about $45,000. As of this new year, that we have 527 active participants and 12 restaurants. And as up to date, we have $501,000 spent total with the program, and about $31,000 that's the county share. So a total of about $1.2 million total. So with that, next steps, we're going to be coming back to your board with some budget adjustments in order to continue the program. Obviously, it's month to month. And so we'll be hearing probably the beginning of March. I think it's March 7th is when we'll be notified if it's going to continue or not through the federal and state programming. But we're going to go ahead and do our best to kind of continue that program. It's just too hard to keep people, hey, we're going to wait and see. It's just too hard for restaurants and everyone else. So we're going to continue it, and hopefully we'll get word within a day or two, plus or minus, on that date. So if we're going to continue with that program. So with that, I just wanted to share those comments that we'll have to. We're also working on reimbursement with the feds and the state. So hopefully soon we'll hear something, but it could take anywhere from a few months to a year or even years to get reimbursed with FEMA. So with that, we definitely have to put a program in place for the funding. But we will be reimbursed. It's just a matter of time. So just FYI on that. And that's all the comments I have with the Great Plate program.
Any questions?
I had one
Supervisor
question.
Gonzalez?
One question regarding the March 7th date. So at this point, it is ongoing until the 7th?
Yep.
And then we don't know yet. Now, you mentioned something about the county looking at the budget. What does that look like? Are we looking to possibly extend it?
Well,
because I know there's an issue with, in terms of the restaurants have to have the supply of food, containers and so forth, and then the manpower to deliver it. And I know, historically in the past that we as a county would get notification that the program's going to continue at the last moment. So I'm just trying to I'm getting a lot of questions regarding it, and I'm telling people March 6th at this point that we're guaranteeing until March 6th. Is there the potential for it to go forward? And I guess I'm trying to answer the questions that I can't even ask you it appropriately. Sorry.
Yeah. So just we're kind of in a similar boat staff-wise when it comes to the feds, making us aware timely that it's literally a day before, the day of, or a few days after. I mean, really. The reason why we ended the program is because we thought they ended the program because they never got back to us, and that was multiple days after it ended. They decided to go ahead and reactivate it or activate it. So with that being said, it's too difficult. Staff feels that to go ahead and if we don't hear on the 6th or the 7th, they may continue it on the 8th or the 9th, and so. I think in light of that, even if we have to pay for a day or two until we get word, I think it's wise to continue it. Obviously, if they discontinue that program, we'll have to end it because it's a lot. If we continue this, it will be at the current rate about $2.5 million at the end of the year that will be spent, which is great for our community because it's going back, revitalizing the businesses. It's providing a need for the elderly within our community. And I think it's money well spent. Obviously, the county share is fairly minimal. $45,000 in the onset. That was also reimbursed through the CARES program, the CRF program as well. So really, zero money out of the general fund. Pretty much, it's a huge win for the community and the county. I think obviously, it's a lot of money up front though that we have to pay. And that's what we need to work internally with a budget augmentation or budget adjustments to continue this. And that's ultimately what we're going to do the following board meeting.
Okay.
So it's unfortunately that's just unfortunately that's been the model, and it's been a difficult model for a lot of counties to follow. A lot of counties have just said we can't do it because we can't live and operate in that fashion where the huge unknowns. So in many cases, they've just discontinued the programs. So
well, I know that the residents have been participating. They greatly appreciate it. The variety and diversity of all the food that they're receiving. They're very appreciative. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have one last item. If there's
excuse me, Mr. Chair, just a couple. Just follow up. I know you already mentioned it. First of all, I want to just commend the job that the chamber is doing on this program. I think they're doing a great job. But to that point, and you mentioned it, they've already let us know that they are spending more time on it, and it is a budget issue. So my question is that something that I know you said potentially bring it back to the board. Is that something that you can address yourself without the board direction, and then, after the fact, maybe approve it. Can we retroactively help them? I just hate to see the chamber sustaining a loss, in the meantime.
That's a twofold question. So one that I'm discussing is the overall budget of the program, which the board you have to approve an augmentation of the budget to address that. Now, staff's going to work on that internally, provide that information in a staff report, and your board will have to approve that for funding this program moving forward, just because it's it's going beyond the budget. With regards to the question about the chamber itself and the amount of work that they're doing and the increased workload, that's something that we can manage internally. I can manage that. But the board only approved $50,000 total, so we will have to come back to you eventually to address that. It's beyond my authorization. So if the feds continue to move this program forward, we have the chamber on board doing this, we will have to come back to you eventually. We can do it internally right now, but we may have to come back to you later. So
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Hernandez?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Bring it back
So,
to CAO.
One last item we have is a request from your board. I think Supervisor Medina had asked to bring back the ordinance on this particular date. So we're just here to follow your direction, and we have county council here to provide a quick update.
Yes, if the board would like to provide a future date that you would like to have it brought back, we were planning on bringing it back periodically if the board would like. And then when the board reaches the point that they would like modifications or changes, if they could just direct that to be done at the next meeting, that would be helpful. But it's up to the board about how often you would like to review it.
Or if it's fine the way it is right now, it's up to the board.
I think we should continue it until our numbers, get a whole lot better. Granted, they are reducing in terms of deaths and positive COVID cases, but I think there's a lot of work has been invested already with the enforcement and with public health, and it took so long to get here. I'm very reluctant to let it go right now.
I'm thinking bring it back April 13th.
I'd be fine with that. I agree everything that Supervisor Gonzalez said.
And if
Mickey?
Yeah, I agree. And I think the main point is that to me, it's working. Our numbers are going down and there doesn't seem to be a big problem, so.
Okay.
So we'll schedule it similar to today.
Well, hold on. Supervisor Hernandez?
If it was up to me, we'd talk about it next month and talk about amending it, because the facts of the matter show that California numbers are no different, or they're very close to, like, even Florida, which has been wide open. So it questions the reality of if this is actually working. And I don't agree with that sentiment that it's been working. Things have been pretty, people have been safe before the decision to close the county down. So anyways, that's my honest sentiment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just comment. If I'm correct, though, the enforcement is simply to enforce whatever the guidelines are at the time.
Yes, sir.
And so as we move from the purple tier, hopefully soon into the lower tier, that's going to allow, more opening to whatever degree is allowed under the state guidelines. So I think, and although I understand what Supervisor Hernandez says, I don't think we need to adjust the enforcement. It's going to naturally evolve as we go forward.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like right now we're good with bringing this back April 13th.
April 13th.
The exception of one supervisor. Just wanted to clarify that. So
we'll agendize it the same as today.
Okay.
That's all we have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now we'll bring it to open public comment.
Members of the public, if you wish to speak, press the raise your hand icon or *9 on your mobile device. Please state your name for the record, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, good morning. My name is Jackie Morris-Lopez. I'm on the District 2. I have to apologize. This has been a long topic section. I believe we're still on the health agency comment, and I just wanted to make a brief comment. I listened to the PIO and several of the supervisors and the health department staff talk about the glitches with California not getting appropriate allocated vaccines. I know that you're all on board to pursue requesting more vaccines for our county. As a healthcare provider, I do feel that we're behind. Personal family members that have got on the My Interest form or computer website, state their interest, and it's been several weeks since we've heard back. So there is definitely a problem with folks not getting follow-up on that. My question or advice or opinion, just my opinion, is why can't we go back to some old-fashioned ordinary tools like outreach, like mailers with utility bills, like the water bill? We all get water bills from the county or our city. Why can't we do a bilingual, one-page, two-sided, English-Spanish on one side, announcing vaccine information? Because we have to recognize that there's pockets of people in our counties and in our cities that don't have internet access. They're not interested in internet. They're not interested with tech. Why not go back to the old-fashioned ways? I remember as a youngster being lined up at my school getting the polio sugar juice. I'm dating myself. So I feel like sometimes, we overthink this with technology. I really think we need to reach out in all facets and all methods to get this rolling. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Geller. Just a reply from Public Health. Couldn't agree with you more. It's absolutely essential that we complement electronic communication with our residents with paper-based or any way that they access information. And under this new task force internally focused on communications that Mr. Westrick and I are leading, we will be looking at those strategies, and that's one great idea that was just articulated, a really great idea, and also others, including possibly mailings or, as necessary in certain communities, a delivery of paper flyers using this substantial number of people who have volunteered. So we don't divert our public health professionals from focusing on delivering vaccine and preventing disease altogether. We have a large volunteer faction that has come forward, and we hope to deploy them to do precisely the kinds of things that was mentioned by that caller.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
If you wish to speak, press star 9 or press the raise your hand icon. I'm seeing none.
One more time, please.
If you're participating on your mobile device and would like to make a comment, press star 9, or if you're participating by Zoom, press the raise your hand icon.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. The public comment is closed at this point in time. Bring it back to the board. Any other questions for the board members?
No.
Supervisor Hernandez, any further questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair. Well, actually, I'm sorry. One added comment. I was thinking about the information that was given. I would appreciate if we can get those reports in advance. I know sometimes it's hard compiling all the information, but even if we have the updates, so that way we can actually read through it, because I know there wasn't an attached agenda item, even including enforcement, the information of enforcement and, the outcomes of enforcement. It's public information anyway, so I think we should have that information in advance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you for mentioning that, Supervisor Hernandez. As I'm reviewing through the agenda packet, I'm always looking for the attachments, and there's never one attached to this one, and I'm sorry, but I need to look at the reports ahead of time. So anything that public health can do in their presentations so that we have an idea of what's coming forward. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to
Sure.
that, we will work on that. I know I had a conversation with Supervisor Gonzalez yesterday about doing that and being a little bit more proactive with that. I did highlight, though, in that conversation that there is information that comes from the state Tuesday morning, and some of the data, if we actually post this information in advance, it will be stale data, so it'll be inaccurate on the day of the presentation. Hence the reasons or reasoning for having them actually create the presentation early this morning and then present to you, because it's actually current data. We will, though I did talk to Tracy about this, we will go ahead and work on a canned version. It won't be as updated as it would be on Tuesday. There might be changes to the presentation, but we'll at least have something there for the board to look at. I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of that.
And Mr. Chair, the other thing I'm thinking of what Supervisor Gonzalez said earlier about, not knowing what's going on. She's not on the ad hoc committee. She can't really talk to Supervisor Kosmicki or myself, but certainly I think she could get information coming from you, Ray, or from Tracy, or something could be put together for the other supervisors to be kept in the loop on what's being discussed.
Yeah, and we've discussed that, and we have now regular meetings to keep Supervisor Gonzalez in the loop, regular calls with other board members as well, just to keep them informed. But yes, we are putting measures in place to address that. Yeah.
Sure. And same thing here, Supervisor Gonzalez, is I probably talk to Tracy too much. She doesn't like my phone that rings.
Mention that to me.
So, there's always options available to reach out to them, and I don't think you're overstepping Ray's boundaries. I always ask Ray first before. You say, hey, I'm going to be talking to Tracy because of this, and that's kind of, it's a smaller county, and that's what we're doing.
Ray and I have ongoing conversations about this.
Okay.
In theory, tour of the county and meeting department heads. We had it scheduled in November, and I had a medical issue that prevented me.
Perfect.
And so yeah.
Yeah, and that's been, and just so the board is aware of this, I'm more than glad, I'm more than happy to have your board members actually reach out to the department heads. Some counties don't work that way. Some CAOs just will not allow that, but I don't look at it that way. We're too spread thin to, in order to get that information to you as quickly as possible. You're more than welcome to give them a call. And we'll have a tour next Tuesday, and we'll be meeting, just as an FYI, with some of the items that you had discussed earlier as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to 7:30.
And
I have a question here. Do we want to do Mr. Young now, or do you want to go ahead and go to Joe Paul? Because I think Joe Paul's will be a little bit quicker. Am I safe to assume that? Yes. Is that all right with the board?
The only thing I would say is I don't know how many people are on the call for that item. There might be a lot of people, and they might defer them till later in the afternoon. So it's your decision.
It's up to everybody else. What is the wish of the board? The only reason I'm saying is because we have employees sitting here. But what do you think?
I think we should give consideration to if we're going past lunch. Is that the assumption that we don't?
Yeah, we're going to go past lunch.
Into lunch with the next item, and then we would bring the Strata Verde item back
after lunch.
After lunch, yeah. I just think we should probably give consideration to the people, but I'm okay either way. We have staff here.
The only thing I'm thinking right now, Ray, is this next item we'll start it, then we'll go to lunch, and we'll come back. I was just trying to continuously do something.
No, and you're the expert on timing.
It's up to you guys. I mean, that's what
just as long as we communicate to the public that when we're going to come back, and then they'll have that window of opportunity, because I received numerous phone calls regarding this.
Yeah, this is going to.
I think that makes sense. Give them a time where we're going to come back to the after lunch.
Okay, is that all right?
Yeah.
Peter, you all right with that?
So are we deciding to continue the item? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, no, what we'll do is we will grab Joe Paul, and we'll talk about redistricting, because that's going to take probably a half an hour. And then we will take a quick working lunch, and then we'll come back with a Strata Verde project after that. That way we'll let the public know that this will happen at roughly 12:30. I just wanted to make sure everybody is clear. Is that all right?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. You ready? Sorry about that, Mr. Young.
Okay, can I go ahead and get started?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, good afternoon. I got to change my presentation that said morning, but good afternoon. I want to thank you, Board of Supervisors and the public, for giving me this opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Francisco Diaz. I'm the Assistant County Clerk Recorder, and I'm here at the direction of Joe Paul Gonzalez, the County Clerk, Auditor, Recorder, and as well as administration, to provide you with an overview of the redistricting process and what it entails. There we go. So what is redistricting? Well, every 10 years, local governments use new census data to redraw their district lines to reflect how local populations have changed. Districts must be redrawn so that each district reflects the overall population. And this is what's called redistricting. It is important in ensuring that each board member represents about the same number of constituents. Redistricting is done using U.S. Census data and the state-adjusted data, which is to be released around August 2021. However, we were just notified that there's an additional delay, so we're expecting the data to come mid-September. Redistricting process must abide by a number of U.S. laws, codes, and statutes. ABA 49, also known as the Fair Maps Act, passed in 2019 and it was amended in 2020 to improve and standardize the local redistricting process. Local governments now have clear guidelines around the drawing of district maps to ensure fairness and prohibit partisan gerrymandering. Likewise, in a series of court cases in 1960, the Supreme Court held that the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution requires that all districts within political jurisdiction have substantial equality of population. Likewise, the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1967 stands for the idea that every voter should have a chance to cast a meaningful ballot. To achieve this goal, Section 2 of the VRA prohibits election system and practices that have effect or dilutes the voting power of racial, ethnic, and language minorities. Now, there are specific criteria for the drawing of district lines. First and foremost, equal population. Each district must be substantially equal in population. Population is, however, adjusted to count for incarcerated people at their home addresses, not the prison address. The following criteria must also be used in this, and this is the list of priority: geographical contiguity, communities of interest, geographical integrity, geographical compactness. Additionally, the district must be easily identifiable by residents, to the extent that districts shall be bounded by natural and artificial barriers, including streets. And, of course, it should prohibit favoritism, meaning that it must be free from partisan favoritism and should not discriminate. Public hearing and map requirements. There must be a broad and good faith outreach in order to disseminate the information to communities that are non-English speaking communities. Information disseminated through media, government, and community organizations must also include language minorities. In San Benito County, we are required to provide information in 2 languages, English and Spanish. In addition, there must be a fair attempt to have hearings made available for people with disability and those that have language requirements. There must be live translation when requested. There needs to be a dedicated internet web page that provides the important timelines of events, proposed maps, and also has a mechanism to provide feedback or comment back to the redistricting committee. Oh. Sorry, I was one PowerPoint behind. Time frame for redistricting. General requirements say that if the next election is between January or June 2022, then no later than election day 174, redistricting process must be completed, which this means December 15. Now, why is this deadline critical? Because district lines determine who can run for office and who can vote for that office. In June 7 of 2022, we will have an election. District 3 and District 4 of supervisors will be up for office. So it is therefore important that we complete this process with ample time so that the elections office has enough time to be able to merge the boundary data to ensure that all registered voters are voting for the correct candidate. Now, Board of Supervisors. In San Benito County, the Board of Supervisors is responsible for drawing supervisorial districts. The process of preparing a tentative redistricting plan will require a significant amount of staff time to prepare options for the county board to consider when reviewing district lines. The county of San Benito may follow established precedent by appointing in a motion the county election official to take the lead on the redistricting process. The election official and staff are ideally suited to take on this endeavor as support staff, as they have experience, long established experience conducting these type of events with critical timelines. Now, the fiscal impact will be determined at a subsequent meeting. However, it is estimated that it will cost between $75,000 to $115,000. This will need to include a third-party demographer and associated county labor alongside a media campaign. Now, the election official, if appointed in the motion, will be responsible for 5 critical things. First, establishing the redistricting process, including all public hearings with technical support from the Information Systems Department, GIS, planning, and county council as needed. Number 2, establishing a county staff advisory committee comprised of individuals from county departments, including administration, planning, public works, county council, information technology, IT, the geographical information systems, GIS. Together, resources and knowledge will be pooled to ensure public transparency and, most importantly, legal compliance. Number 3, developing a dedicated redistricting website page that will include a timeline of events, public outreach and media campaign, and will have a mechanism for public input or suggestion or comments. Number 4, determining the qualification criteria for a third-party demographer to guide the redistricting process, and thereafter bring back 3 vendor proposals for the board selection. And number 5, conducting all negotiations to execute and submit all documents necessary to for the establishment and implementation, including necessary amendments to ensure the redistricting process moves forward successfully. Thank you. That's all I have.
Good. Just one quick question here. I did speak with Joe Paul over the weekend, and we have to do this redistricting, and it's required.
Correct.
But one of the questions that I had was, if you bring up the last one more slide, go back, number 4. Personal opinion, I do not see this coming back to the board, in my opinion, because I believe that the elections officer, he or she should determine the third party. what we're doing here is we're actually approving something that is going to benefit us or not benefit us in the future. And I just don't feel right doing that right now. I agree with everything, but I just think, bringing it back to us to determine what person to use, I don't see that. Other than that, everything else, I agree with 100%. Do you want to explain? There might be some questions why the other board members may have why I want to, have no say in the firm that we decide to go with. But that's my statement.
Mr. Chair, I have no problem with it. The staff making that decision. I don't know if we would. I don't know if we would know based on the different companies what would be more favorable to some of us, but I don't. But at any rate, I don't have a big problem either way, I guess.
Mr. Chair, if I may address this issue.
Yes.
This is Joel Ellenwood, Assistant County Counsel.
Go ahead.
Yes, the issue really is that the authority to sign a contract with the county and the CAO's authority is limited to $50,000. So even if the staff advisory committee consults and selects the preferred demographer proposal, the board would have to formally approve the contract under the county purchasing policy.
Or they could put it on a consent agenda delegating that authority to the CAO, for example, or clerk recorder elections official, perhaps in a future board meeting.
Right, but nevertheless, it could be approved on a consent agenda, but the board would formally have to act on approving a contract in excess of $50,000.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Am I unmuted?
Yes, sir. Supervisor
Mr.
Hernandez?
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, for me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Francisco, but this is an objective reality. Whoever this person is, a demographer, they're going to have to make an objective decision. What I mean that is based off of the updated population, making sure that it's a balance of the way that the redistricting happens. Each population is represented equally, right? So every supervisor has a certain level of, a certain level of population that equals the other supervisors. So long and short, I mean, signing on the dotted line to support whoever the demographer is, even if, ultimately it becomes a public conversation and staff makes their recommendations, obviously doing the homework. I don't see that as a conflict, Mr. Chair. I don't see the issue with it. We're taking recommendations anyways. They're going to be the ones doing the due diligence. And we're going to, I just think it's good for it to be a public conversation for us to have that info. And that way there's I don't think it's a partisan decision. This is my point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Supervisor Gonzalez?
For the same reasons stated that it's not a partisan issue, I think that decision should be left in the hands with the recorder, auditor, Register of Voters office, because again, they are the elected official. He is our representative for the community, and I don't see we need to try to take that authority away from him. Granted, we need to approve for him to sign, but I don't think we need to be involved in the process.
Supervisor Kazmicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think as much separation as we can get from this as possible. So I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
You said it much more professional than me. The separation is what I'm looking for, is us to keep our hands away from everything. You hear about that word called gerrymander. I just want to make sure that people understand that we have no affiliation with this entity that is going to be looking at our redistricting. So other than that.
So with that direction, I'll communicate that with Joe Paul Gonzalez, and we'll come back at a subsequent meeting.
Okay.
And then we'll
do we need to make, this was just informational, correct? Yes. Okay. Okay. Any public comment?
If any members of the public wish to speak, press star 9 if participating by phone, or hit the raise your hand icon. Any?
Joel? Okay, bring it back to the board. Thank you very much. It was informational only. We'll go down to the next one.
Okay.
Is- Adopt resolution authorizing the county recorder to establish an electronic recording delivery system.
Correct. Here where we're asking the county recorders, asking permission from the Board of Supervisors to be able to enter into contract with Secure. Secure is one of the 2 authorized providers of this service in the state of California. There are currently about 48 counties that are really either participating or are in the process of accepting electronic recording documents. These documents are anything that involves land titles, deeds, deed of trust, gifts, transfer deeds. At the moment, San Benito County is only receiving these documents by paper. So this will essentially increase efficiencies and allow for the receiving of these documents in a manner that's faster, and it is secure. There is a large and extensive process that must take place. The DOJ is directly involved, and there will be audits in our technology infrastructure to make sure that we are capable and prepared to accept these documents without perhaps having any risk or any liabilities. This process will take anywhere between 4 or 5 months. We have been collecting a $1 fee on recordings for the last 2 years that is dedicated for this type of service. So this will not cost the county anything else. We do have the resources available to be able to move forward on this.
Questions, anyone?
No, Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you. This is a really important issue. I think as much as we can do on the digitalization of our documents, our public records, and our recording system is all the better. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Tiffany?
I would just concur with what Supervisor Kosmicki said, but I know no further comments.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I just want to ensure that it is secure and it can't be cyber hacked or anything of that nature. Yeah, so, and I like the name, Secure. I went in further to look and see the various counties that, I don't know if they own it, participate in it. I saw in the resolution, we were looking at Orange County, and I want to say Ventura, Riverside, Los Angeles, San Diego. How do they play a role in this product and as utilizing this service?
So this service, the Secure system, is a county-owned product. So you do have these large counties. There's about 4 of their owners of the system, and they have dedicated staff, IT staff, and infrastructure that monitors and creates all the security background behind this. We, as a county, will be entering more as a customer of this. However, one of the reasons we decided to go with Secure is because they do have in place, thanks to LA County, Orange County, and Riverside, a large infrastructure that makes sure that this system is secure. As well, it is the DOJ, it is a preferred system that the DOJ works with them, and they are going to carry a lot of the weight away from us. So it'll make it a lot easier for our IT personnel to be able to move forward with this system.
Okay, and I appreciate that. You said that the service had to be cleared by the state of California as well as the Department of Justice, so I appreciate that. Just to kind of give you a little way that my mind works, I'm a movie buff, and this weekend I watched Man of the Year, and this was right in that alley of, messing around with electronic voting and so forth, and distorting the outcome of the election. And so as I read this and prepared for this, it was, too close to home. So just...
What was that name?
Man of the Year with Robin Williams. It's an interesting movie. He was elected president, and he was a comedian, challenged the status quo and won the election. And he really didn't because of the ability to manipulate the voting system. So... yeah.
And it's not attached. Just want to mention that to the election system.
Right.
It's a completely separate system.
Okay.
So they both have their own infrastructure and both.
Okay. But again, that's the way my mind, works, and then I kind of jump to conclusions. I'm not accusing, I'm just, yeah, thank you.
And you got 9 more minutes. You don't need it?
No.
Peter, anything?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The only, my question is kind of along the lines of Supervisor Gonzalez. What kind of backup process, I mean, this is sensitive information. If I think about fingerprinting, land title deed, that's personal information. So that kind of recording, is there going to be a separate backup? And is there going to be a reporting to the Board of Supervisors of that backup, or I'm sorry, of any issues relating to, maybe an ongoing update, letting us know of any issues with the reporting system? The fact that it's digital makes it high risk, and I get it that there's probably security layers. I think to a certain extent that's the important part of it for us as a board to understand those layers, so we know that if there's questions that we could bring them up at the right time. So that's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And if I may say something.
Yes, sir.
So in order, the people that are going to be submitting documents in this electronic system will also have to enter into an agreement with the county. For example, our local title companies will enter into an agreement, and they themselves also are going to have an audit that's going to be performed by the DOJ to make sure that when the system or their firewalls that they're using are also not going to, they're not going to be vulnerable. In addition, this also allows us to be able to receive documents from the IRS and from the Franchise Tax Board, and along with the other state agencies. So it is a lot faster. Whereas right now, everything's by mail and paper, there is a delay when someone gets a lien or a lien gets released. Now it's almost immediate. Within a day or so, we'll be able to receive and relieve someone of that burden as well. If there is any sort of issues, we will definitely inform the board. But we are we have high confidence in the system, and some of these counties have been using the system for over 10 or 15 years. So we are actually, for the most part, the majority of the counties are going to transition to the system.
Well, thank you very much. Public comment? Dulcie, any public comment? Sorry.
Members of the public who wish to speak, if you're participating by a mobile device, hit *9 or hit the raise your hand icon. Please state your name for the record. You will be given 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess I just had a quick, I'd just like to make quick comment or question for Mr. Diaz. I'm not sure if you can answer it. It's just like a comment. How will this affect upcoming district elections? And that's my question.
Is that the end of your public comment?
District elections. We're on a different subject, sir.
All right. Sorry about that. It's bad time.
No problem.
You want me to answer that question?
No. Any other public comment?
If anybody wishes to make a comment, hit the raise your hand icon.
Bring it back to the board. Any final questions for the board? What's the wish of the board?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we adopt resolution authorizing the county recorder to establish an electronic recording delivery system, including contracting with Secure.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Peter?
No.
4-1.
I'm the only no.
Yes, sir. 4-1. Supervisor Hernandez, no. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Being that it is 11:56, we will...
12:30.
Yes, we'll go to closed session. We will come back at 12:30 to hear the final item. So I just wanted everyone to know that at 12:30 we'll resume with an informational report. It's information only. No vote will be taken. And discussion on the status of the Technology Advancement Research Mobility Automotive Center project, otherwise known as Stradiverde, and provide direction to staff. Only direction will be provided. No vote on any kind. Barbara,
Yes, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, one case, subdivision A in D1 of section 54956.9. The case is Rose versus County of San Benito, Superior Court of California. County of San Benito, case number CU 1700151 in Court of Appeals, 6th Appellate District, case number H048 681.
public comment? Any public comment?
Anybody from the public wishes to speak, hit star 9 or press the raise your hand icon.
Seen, was there one?
Speaker, please state. Please state your name for the record. You will be given 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Mary Shakura. I'm listening from a phone, so it's really hard to hear. I was wondering, has the item on the Stradivari development been postponed to after lunch? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it will be. We will hear that at 12:30, ma'am. Ma'am, 12:30?
Sorry, I didn't.
At 12:30, we will hear that item.
$12:30, did you say?
Yes, ma'am, 12:30.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
5405.
Any other public comment, ma'am? None?
If anybody else from the public wishes to speak, press star 9 or hit the raise your hand icon.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Ready? Adjourn until after lunch.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. We're good in here?
attempt to give you a brief summary of where the project stands. 2 years ago, in the spring of 2019, there was an application filed for a project that was called Technology Advancement Research Mobility Automotive Center. The acronym for that is TARMAC. That's where the TARMAC moniker comes from. That included a proposal for a general plan amendment, a zone change, specific plan, design review, and a major subdivision tentative map for 2,777 acres on the north border of San Benito County. After that application was filed, about a year later, the EIR work was just beginning for this. And there was an initiative filed by the developers to ask for the voters to approve the general plan amendment. That failed on November 3rd of 2020. The name was changed to Strata Verde, which the larger name for that is Strata Verde Innovation Park. That initiative failed on November 3rd of 2020. On November 4th of 2020, the applicant asked that there be no further processing of the project. They were going to go on hold. They have been on hold with their application that was filed 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, since then, and that was confirmed again on February 11th, a few days ago, by their representative, and the email from the legal representative for the development group is in the packet. Basically says the client is evaluating options and will keep us updated if there's any change in that regard. So that's the current status of the project, Mr. Chair and members of the board, and I would ask if Joel would like to elaborate on any of the background for the benefit of the board or the audience.
Just one question. With the reimbursement agreement, is there still dollars sitting in that fund?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, there appear to be, we are doing a reconciliation of that against the expenses that have been incurred, and I'm not sure there's still dollars remaining, but I should know the answer to that shortly.
What was the amount that was initially set aside?
It was several $100,000, I want to say in excess of $300,000.
Exactly, okay. Just wanted to make sure. So we're not sure if we've depleted that or not, but there probably is something left from that reimbursement.
There may be, Mr. Chair. The finance group and the RMA is evaluating that deposit agreement, that deposit account against the receipts for billings against the project that have been made, and don't have a firm answer on that yet. If they owe the county money, then we will be sending them on the other hand, if they happen to owe us money, we will be sending them a bill for replenishing that account.
Thank you, sir.
Joel, did you want to add anything?
Yes, the only thing I would add is that there is some confusion about somehow or other the Measure N would have an impact on the processing of the application. And planning by initiative, in other words, so-called ballot box planning, is completely independent of the normal process of filing an application and referral for recommendation through the Planning Commission, conducting public hearings there, preparing environmental documents, and so forth. So those are completely independent processes. The fact that the initiative failed has no impact on the pending application. It's up to the applicant at this point to either process it, tell us to continue to process it, or withdraw it.
But I think
in San Benito County, there is no preliminary review by the Board of Supervisors of whether or not to consider general plan amendments. Other counties do have such a process.
but at this point, the applicant, I guess, is in the driver's seat, if you'll forgive the pun.
But in order for anything to go in that property, it must go through a general plan amendment. And the
That's
board,
correct.
the board does have the right to have that come to them first.
Well, again, the county ordinance for general plan amendments provides the initiative to prepare a general plan amendment either with the planning commission, or board of supervisors, the board of supervisors, or any property owner or developer.
But
And
Joel,
so there,
That's not, go ahead, Barbara.
Joel, you would agree that the board could direct that it be referred to the planning commission and then back to the board for an early review of the project?
well, that's a process that the board could initiate, yes.
And does it have to go through the planning commission? Can it go straight to the board?
No, it has to go through the planning commission. Anything related to general plan amendment has to be referred to the planning commission for a recommendation.
Okay, but once again, I just want to be clear, this can go straight to the board for a general plan amendment.
After it
After
goes
it
to
goes
the
to the
planning
pub- yeah, after
commission,
it
and
goes
you
to the
don't need to complete CEQA before the.
Exactly, that's what I'm referring to.
Yes,
So
you
it
could- the
saves
board could look
time
at
and
it-
money for everyone.
Yes, the board could look at it early if it chose to do so.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that, Barbara. Thank you. Any questions, Tiffany?
Well, just to follow up with your line of questioning, Mr. Chair, as a board, and I know we're not taking any kind of a vote today, but as a board, we can basically do nothing and let things play out. If the applicant decides to move forward, they move forward through the normal process. And eventually, it may or may not come back to us for a decision eventually.
It'd have to come back to us.
Well, I mean, it would, if they move forward, I'm saying, yes. But based on what you're asking, we could also decide to direct that the process gets speeded up.
Well, I've been clear on many projects, and I think for my 4 years, I've been an advocate of this, is if we know we do not want to change the general plan amendment, we don't want to change it, why go through all this, these dollars that these developers are spending, knowing that the outcome's going to be we're not interested in a general plan amendment? That's kind of how I feel, but that's just
Well,
my opinion.
I guess that depends on whether we know or not.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Right,
And
sure.
that's-
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, from my opinion, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
My
no, I
opinion only,
understand.
not the board's.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, and so there is a distinction, as I wanted to say, between legislative acts and quasi-judicial acts, where the board doesn't want to commit itself to a position before it reviews everything after it's brought to the board in a final fashion. But the board does have the ability to look at the general plan amendment as a legislative act to decide whether or not it would be interested in that matter.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I'm just afraid, excuse me, that we're in a position where the concerns that I've been receiving from the community, they're not really based on the reality of where we are right now, present with the Board of Supervisors. I'm getting concerns and requests to not vote on this item, and at this point, there's not even a vote on the table.
No.
And so I think we really need to be clear what is going to be the next course of action once we know what the property owner and the developer want to do. And right now, we don't have that information, so it's kind of putting the cart before the horse at this point. At least that's where I'm coming from. But there is a significant concern out there in the public, and we just need to make sure that we're transparent, and when it does come up, we give them every opportunity to address their concerns and issues.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would concur. It sounds like with the sentiment of the board. There is no process happening, so I don't understand why we're talking about this right now. Then there's nothing to go before the public for there to be dialogue. So it almost seems premature. Are we going to do this about every project? I imagine every project that comes up, there's concerns from all levels, and I think it's premature to script the process right now and talk about something that doesn't exist. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I brought this to the board. We went through months of public debate on this topic. We had a very heated election. It was a landslide. This was a 60-40 vote on the ballot in November. And above all, our number one duty up here is to represent the public. And certain districts had higher percentages of yes vote on this matter, but all 5 districts overwhelmingly, or no votes on Measure N, all 5 districts overwhelmingly said no to changing that property to a commercial area from agriculture. Now, it was a particular project on the table, but I think our public spoke loud and clear during the election. And no matter where one stood on Measure N, in the end, it's our responsibility to hear the public's wishes. And I firmly believe, and I think it's really hard to argue against it, that our public overwhelmingly doesn't want that area to be developed and changed from an agricultural zoning area. And there really is no argument against that. I just don't understand, frankly, why we're sort of playing semantic games up here. Let's cut to the chase. We do need more economic development. I think we all agree with that. But at the same time, we have to base our direction on, at least from where I'm coming from, smart growth. And above all, we have to listen to the public. And so there are concerns from the public about that this is first of all, this is inconsistent with our general plans. So we've all talked about we've had debates about other projects, other measures where the general plan said one thing, and we've argued that we should follow through with that general plan. In this case, the general plan does not include developing this particular area as commercial industrial. The general plan has this as agricultural zoning. So, our public, from what I've understood, and I don't think there is any question about this, that our public wants to preserve that area as agricultural land. And there are a lot of concerns, that come with developing that particular plot. We've been through this thing for years in that area. That, at some point, people that want to develop that in a certain way have to basically swallow their pride and understand that the majority of our public doesn't want it. And we as leaders have to be guided by the sentiment of our public, especially with major decisions like developing commercially and industrially right on the border next to Santa Clara County, right on Highway 25, which, by the way, yesterday from an accident was backed up almost all day long, And I heard nonstop complaints about what is going on 25. And so our public digested the issue of developing there, and our public made a resounding decision on what they want to do there, and that is to not develop. And so I actually consider it a slap in the face to our voters for us to sit on this and to pretend as though we have to allow a process to go forward when we don't. The law is very clear here. We are allowed to deny this general plan application now, and there's no issue with that. There's no reason to allow this to go forward unless you eventually are going to potentially support something there of this magnitude. There's no reason to go any further with this. There's no reason to keep our public waiting and wondering why we as public officials and elected supervisors are not listening to them. Why? I just don't understand that. So why go forward? Why go forward and continue playing games with our voters? You know, it's very frustrating. So my recommendation is that we give direction to bring this item back. If we have to do it to the Planning Commission legally, that's fine. I would prefer to bring it back straight to the board. We're going to make the decision ultimately either way. This is a cut and dry decision. So I would recommend that we bring this item, direct this to the Planning Commission for a recommendation to bring it back to the Board of Supervisors at the nearest possible date to consider whether to officially deny the application for a general plan amendment proposal on 2,777 acres on the north border of San Benito County, west of Highway 25 and south of the Pajaro River. And I would also recommend separately that we review, again, the concerns about the buffer zone area and potentially set a policy regarding that buffer zone and the hazardous materials issues that go with it. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany, number 2.
Yes, Mr. Chair, let me make some comments. First of all, let me just say it's no secret that I was a major proponent of Measure N, and so obviously, and I was on opposite position from Supervisor Kosmicki, but as Supervisor Kosmicki said, obviously the voters did resoundingly defeat Measure N. I understand that for sure. But let me also say that, and I don't think we're dealing with semantics here. I think, as was pointed out to us by County Council, there are 2 separate processes, and this is a separate planning process. I think the landowners, have that right to let that process play out. I think to get in the middle of it now is, I don't think makes sense. I also would just say that, if they do to make a decision to go forward and process this further and do an EIR, which is unclear right now whether they will or not, eventually it will come back to us, and no doubt the vote of Measure N, no doubt that will play a significant role in our decision. I'm sure that it will, and it should. I would agree with Supervisor Kosmicki in that point. A couple of other things. As far as the general plan, I think that we look at other situations to consider changes to the general plan. In fact, Supervisor Kosmicki brought this up in regards to the commercial nodes, even though they are within the general plan, and so you can't have it both ways, I guess is what I would say. I also would like to say that if this process does go forward, and there's going to be a considerable amount of time involved, it's certainly possible that factors may change from where they were at the time of the vote in November. Some of the key reasons, I think, it's fair to say that there was a resounding no on Measure N were the issue of residential, which was incorrect. There is no residential in that project. And so I would expect that there would be further clarification that residential is not at that project. Just in the last few days, I've been getting emails specifically focusing on that one issue, residential. This project does not have residential. Anyway, that could be clarified. The issue with Tri-Cal, I think, was a huge issue in terms of the vote against this, and I understand why. But again, my understanding is potentially Tri-Cal and the impact of its adjacency is potentially going to be fully mitigated. That could be a change as well. Traffic obviously is a concern, although then primary access is off of 101. But possibly there are going to be further issues to be addressed with traffic. My point is that by the time this project does come to us, if it does come to us, and that's not for sure, there may be significantly different factors that come into play from the time the vote took place in November. And so anyway, I'm just pointing that out. I think that the fact that this is a transformative project for the county. I understand what the voters said in November, but nevertheless, as a supervisor, I was elected to be a supervisor for my district, and I can't ignore the fact that this is a transformative project. It would dramatically impact, in a positive way, the revenue for our county. I don't think people fully understand how much it would change how we, could approach the services, the roads, a new library, being able to compete with other counties for top quality personnel, to attract them and retain them. It's transformative. So for us to just make a decision now, we're done with it, I don't think is necessary. I don't think it's appropriate. And it eventually will come back to us anyway. So, and then we can consider it if they decide to bring it back to us. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Well, first of all, I was rather confused as to why this issue was on the agenda in the first place. I understand that you have some concerns, Supervisor Kosminski, but however, I'm looking at it from the perspective of if the developer or the property owner are going to bring it to us. And so I'm being asked to make a decision, have a discussion, and talk to people how I feel about it when it's just not a yes or no answer for me. There's a lot of competing interests here. One, primarily, the rights of the property owner. They have the right to develop their property. Granted, right now, it may not be in sync with what the general plan is. They have that right. We also have the significant voice of the voters, and I understand 60%. That's a huge number, and my district was primarily no. So I have some concerns. I know I did my homework. We also sat here, like I said, last week, and we heard about the revenue issues and the lack thereof, and how we're going to meet our financial obligations as a county going further into the future. I don't want to rehash the election, the November election, but I do know, as Supervisor Tiffany said, there were some falsehoods out there, and there were outright lies that some voters may or may not have based their vote on those issues. Primarily, the housing, possibility for housing out there, the traffic impact, and so forth. And so again, I'm not advocating one way or another because I do not know if this is going to come back to us. I want to be able to give the right to the property owner, the developer, to make that decision, and then I'm going to reserve my right to decide then what we're going to do. And again, my phone, as I said previously during this meeting, that my phone has been ringing out the hook, people concerned, and they want me to vote no on this, and there is no vote to be had. It's an informational item. We're getting the information so we can be prepared, but it's not anything that is orchestrated or generated by the developer, the owner, or anything. It's just something that was brought forward by you, and I hear your concerns, but I'm reluctant to act on it when there's nothing to act on at the moment. So I'm confused, I'm concerned, but I know that there are community concerns out there also. Thank you.
Yeah, let me, Supervisor Hernandez, before I speak, do you have anything additional to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief.
Oh, take your time.
But yeah, it was along. Go ahead. Sorry.
I said, don't be
Can you hear
brief.
me?
Take your time.
Oh, okay, sorry. And I was writing down some notes, and I appreciate, honestly, the sentiment of Supervisor Kosmicki, because he doesn't want to see houses into our community. I agree 100%. This is not a housing project, which is part of the confusion. And I do agree, Supervisor Gonzalez and Tiffany, in the dialogue that was with the public. I know firsthand a lot of the lies. I had a close friend of mine told me he voted against it, and he just started off some stuff that was 100% untrue. One of them is, the issue of the traffic increasing because of Strata Verde, when they've already made the open declaration that they were going to draw traffic off the 101 through the Bell area. And then the Tri-Cal being an issue. We've had, numerous conversations. We had a presentation where ultimately there was, in the public comment period, we had some Spanish-speaking ladies coming and being very worried about Tri-Cal being an issue. And I iterated, the whole conversation was in Spanish, and I iterated to them. I said, Tri-Cal being such an issue, if that is a serious concern, which it should be looked into, is a concern that exists with zero project in its existence. But yet somehow the public assumed that Strata Verde was the producer of chemicals, and they themselves were creating this very dangerous environment. Had nothing to do with them. That's ultimately how much disinformation was out there. It was really frustrating. And then it also, to me, as a business owner, the question has to be, is our goal to scare the business community from coming into our community? Because if our goal is to landlock San Benito County, which I know that was the sentiment of the big drivers against that initiative, I know Preserve Our Rural Community is very much supportive of landlocking San Benito County versus, and I get the sentiment of trying to have everything within the sphere of influence, but I can tell you as a business owner I would have discretion. I have discretion ultimately as the one that's investing in a project to know where I want a project or not want a project, and to assume that we're going to say, hey, we're just not going to allow you to build there. They're not going to say, okay, well, where do you want me to build? That's not the way it works. Project developers, investors, those folks do things according to their timelines, according to their research. They make decisions ultimately based off of their own ability to understand whether it's viable or not as a business entity. And they're 100% invested. Otherwise, they're the ones that 100% lose. So for that and many other purposes, like I said earlier, I just think this is very premature for us to talk about something, because ultimately, like Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, you might have a project come forward that's a lot different. Maybe it has tighter measures. Maybe they have other things that the public's concerned about they will address. We don't know until that comes forward. I think it's very premature to talk about this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So for me, it's simple. The project is ongoing. Has it been terminated or not? Okay, so then the project still is alive. If it hasn't been terminated, it's still alive. That's simple to me. It's not, there's no gray area. That's the first thing. The second one is, yeah, they do have a right to develop wherever they want, but we as a board have a right to prevent this from happening by saying we do not want to change that general plan. That is legal, and it is our right to do that. What I'm after is, like Mr. Tiffany said, or someone said about the EIR. They start an EIR, they're going to spend close to $1 million probably. Would that be safe? Roughly, on EIR?
Maybe half that.
Okay, $500,000. Why should they spend $500,000 if it's going to come back to the board and the board will say no? So all I'm trying to say is I'm trying to speed up the project, whether people on this dais would go for it or not, but let's not play games and just say, okay, we'll do the EIR and then we'll figure it out, 8 months to a year from now. Well, all this contention is out in the community, and we're losing a lot of faith. We're losing a lot of constituents because they don't know what's going on. That's all I'm trying to say is let's fast track this, and whether the people at the dais here would want to change that general plan or not. That's where I'm at. The project is not terminated. It is alive. So that's all I have to say. Once again, I think it's important that we bring this to fruition and we complete this. And the voters, they did speak, and whether it was these tactics that they used that were not the best tactics, I agree. We had people stating there was going to be a big residential development, and I know I sat up on the dais here many times, and so did Supervisor Gilio, asking, are there any houses? Every time, no, 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 no. There was never going to be houses, and there never will be houses, because I would not want to see any type of development of houses out there. So other than that, Supervisor Kosmicki, anything in parting words?
Yeah, no, I'll just say, I think it goes both ways with the perception of misinformation. We had a political campaign And obviously I was on the no side of Measure N for various reasons. And it's not, I think, this perception that we just don't want to develop anything or we want to landlock San Benito County. That is certainly not the case with me, and I don't think that's the case with the vast majority of the people that voted no on this project. A lot of them are very practical in their thinking. And so I'll just say that, again, if we're going to base going forward on claims that there was misinformation or lies in a campaign, then I will just say that I felt the exact same way, as somebody on the other side of this. I felt that there was misinformation and exaggerations on the development potential and facts that were completely based on nothing, basically, and they could never provide documentation to show, that they were actually going to be able to build this out to the level that they were claiming. So I think it goes both ways. And again, I'll just say, the public spoke loud and clear. I respect all of your viewpoints on the issue. This isn't personal. Politics isn't personal. I consider myself a pro-business person. I just, in the end, believe we have to listen to the public. And I don't think the public got this wrong. I think that that's how the public felt. They don't want that particular area developed. There are other areas that we can develop in this community. There's a great prospect near the airport of a similar project, for instance, that I think is showing a lot of promise, frankly. And so, and I've talked to some of these pork folks, and they feel the same way. That, I know some people have talked. Supervisor Hernandez said pork wants to, have us landlocked or whatnot. I disagree. I disagree with that. And but I will just say again, we have to listen to our voters. And if the voters had said yes on this, I would be the first person to say, let's do this project. Let's do it the right way. Let's move forward with it in a productive way, get the best out of the project. But the voters said no. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any public comment?
Sorry. Members of the public who wish to speak, press *9 if participating by phone or hit your raise your hand icon. So Scott, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Scott?
This is Scott Fuller. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Scott Fuller representing Strata Verde, and Chairman Medina and board members, thank you for this opportunity and thank you for the discussion you just held. I want to make a few comments, and then with the acquiescence of the chair, I'll be brief, but then I'd like to have the right to come back to answer questions that the board may have, or the public at the end of the conversation. So I think that the Resource Management Agency, Mr. Young did a good job of summarizing the history of the project, the history of our application, the separation between our application that goes through the normal planning process versus the initiative. And so we have been analyzing and evaluating our options as to going forward. And I know it's uncomfortable to have it hanging out there with an undetermined date. So let me say today that we will make a decision about that within the next 2 weeks. There will be a decision made as to whether to go forward or not. And if we do decide to go forward and do decide to proceed, I don't believe there should be any extraordinary measures needed in the processing of our application. I think it should be done like all other applications are. As to our general plan designation, I would like to point out that the site is in a community study area. It keeps being referenced as agricultural, but it's in a community study area. The agriculture underlies that. Community study area in the county's general plan contemplates further study, contemplates denser development, contemplates master plans. So that is the current general plan designation for the project. As you know, the normal process that you go through with any project provides significant regular opportunities for the public to participate. And this project would have that. Finally, I want to mention that there were some unique situations around us going on the ballot. We take responsibility for the outcome. But I do want to say that we decided to go on the ballot because at that time it appeared that the Preserve Our Rural Communities was going to put a ballot measure on that would require us to go to the ballot. So we decided just to do it, number one. Number two, it was during COVID. That limited our outreach. That limited our ability to do outreach with the public. And that led in part then to what some of the board members have referred to as some misinformation that was there.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We would like, if I may just conclude.
Well, it's 3 minutes, sir. It's 3 minutes. You can, next public comment, please.
Natasha, please state your name for the record and unmute yourself.
My question is, after 2 years, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, well, why after 2 years is the Board of Supervisors continuing to instruct their planning department to reconsider the Strata revised plans over and over again, when the Board of Supervisors the power to say, this is it. We are done with this. We are done with this going back and forth. And if Strata Verde is going to put, or is putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into this, and a year later, they're instructed we're not going to go through with this, then they have the option to sue the county for leading them on, which I think the county is doing. And I would ask the people and the board, who does the board serve? Does the board primarily serve the interests of corporations and large property owners in San Benito County, or is it serving the interests of the people who voted twice not to have this project begun? And those districts were overwhelmingly no. In my district, District 1, I think in Ms. Gonzalez's district, in Mr. Kosmicki's district, but the voters have spoken twice. And if you keep doing this, I don't think they're going to be very, very eager to put you back in office when your term is up. So I'm asking you to just tell your planning department this is it. We don't want to go back and forth anymore. We want the Strata Verde people to have to put more thousands of dollars into this campaign, and we're done with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next speaker, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Andy Shah-Koran. I am with Preserve Our Rural Communities, and I'm kind of disappointed with the supervisors repeating this ongoing myth of the lies being told. It seems like when one side loses an argument in front of the public, the assumption is always that somehow the public has been fooled or lied to, which I think shows a tremendous disrespect for the public, for the citizenry. And I think you should re-examine that framework. I think Mr. Kosmicki said it well, but the other side, the Strata Verde folks, the Newport Pacific Land Company, had infinite resources to make their case. And they made a case of unbelievable numbers of jobs and tax revenues, etc. And the public defeated it by 60%. The Newport Land Company decided that they were going to take the route of initiative. It was a gamble on their part, because that route forestalls all the real serious environmental review normal the normal development process goes. So they bought their lottery ticket. They gambled on this idea that people would vote through this process, and the public resoundingly said no. It's not part of the general plan. I also want to talk about another myth that some supervisors don't seem to understand about property ownership. Your property ownership is defined by zoning. I live on 5 acres that's zoned agricultural. I cannot open a nuclear power plant or even a free-range rat farm on my property. My zoning defines my rights within, and so they don't have any special right to develop this land. They bought the land gambling that they could change the zoning and make a fortune on it, and the people rejected it. And I think it'd be profoundly disrespectful of you not to act and make it clear that you're not going to spit in the eyes of the public and keep on promoting this idea. If you can't represent people, then maybe you shouldn't be there. Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name for the record. Mobile ending in 248.
Hello, this is Frank Berrigan. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm here to address the Strata Verde project, which is on the agenda here. As you know, I have won 2 lawsuits in recent months against San Benito County over its misleading and inappropriate efforts to promote Strata Verde development. Soon I will be releasing some of the revealing behind-the-scenes emails that were exposed as a result of these suits.
Hold on one second, Frank. Frank, hold on one second, please. Barbara, can you elaborate on that?
No, what he's referencing is the settlement that the county did regarding its Public Records Act requests. The county did resolve those instead of doing litigation over the public records response. It wasn't anything that he was implying about misleading, et cetera. It was because the county did not want to litigate those 2 Public Record Act cases.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead. Proceed, Frank.
Frank, you've been unmuted.
Despite those unsolicited efforts by sub-county bureaucrats, the Strata Verde proposal was still rejected in a landslide last November by voters. Every supervisory district voted overwhelmingly against Strata Verde. District 5 voted almost 2-1 against it. Now, as voters, we need to know, why is this development still alive? And why are key county staff members working behind closed doors against the interests of the public? Today, I ask you, as supervisors of the new board, to wipe the slate clean and establish a new era of transparency so this does not continue. We knew the Strata Verde site is right next to the hazardous toxic chemical plant. It's why county staff retain leading experts to assess the dangers and public safety risks of placing a massive development there. The experts recommended 3.5-mile buffer zone between the development and the chemical plant. That seemed to make sense. What did the bureaucrats do instead? I received emails through my Public Record Act request to show how county staff tried to hide this information from the public. Then when key portions of the studies were leaked to the public, they tried to discredit their own expert report. They hired another expert to do a so-called peer review of the study, but actually directed them to undermine the study's conclusions without regards for the scientific facts. San Benito citizens are not safe as long as we have bureaucrats protecting us in this manner. It is time for you, our elected board of supervisors, to end the consideration of the Strata Verde development. And the board must do whatever is needed to make sure county bureaucrats are not working for developers and against interests of local families. Your constituents are depending on you. Thank you.
As I'm sure that the board members that were on the board at the time were aware, the county wasn't hiding any information regarding that item. He was referring to the fact that it was leaked to the public before it was scheduled for the next meeting. of the board. In addition, there was 2 peer reviews of the report. There was one that was done by the county, and there was also another one that was done by the Tri-Cal facility. The facts that were shown in the peer review, there were some faulty, there were some assumptions that were made during the first one that just were not proved to be like scientifically, I guess, valid. And the second thing is that there were some assumptions that were made that were clearly, I guess, refuted during the peer review. The way that it was drafted, with the temperature and the wind, et cetera. So I think that those 2, if anybody would review the peer review, you could see what the issues were.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Next speaker, you have been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. Mia, you have been unmuted. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Jackie, please state your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jackie Morris Lopez, District 2, constituent, also San Juan Bautista City Planning Commissioner. I just want to say that I agree with everything that the previous speaker, Mr. Andy Shaw-Caron. I also want to thank Supervisor Kazuki for bringing this issue for public discussion once again. And I'm going to address my comments to the remaining city supervisors. Number 1, Supervisor Hernandez used the term landlocked, but you're using that incorrectly. The definition of landlocked means, in the context of real estate, refers to a piece of property that is inaccessible via public thoroughfare, except through an adjacent lot. So I don't know what you were inferring by landlocked, but it certainly doesn't refer to what we're discussing here. That land is accessible by a highway. And Supervisor Ramirez, this is addressed to you. You stated that a property owner has inherent rights to develop their property however they want. I think was your inference. That is just incorrect. You have the responsibility to develop your land in accordance with zoning and planning laws and ordinances. And this is to Supervisor Tiffany, District 4. I'm not anti-commercialism or growth for the county. I totally understand that we need jobs in our community for our community members. Why not consider your District 4? You have a lot of open land out there. You have lots of open range land that's not being used. Why not put a test track out there? That'd be the perfect place. It wouldn't have to be on a busy highway where there's numerous accidents and fatalities monthly. And there was just one yesterday, as Supervisor Kosmicki stated. You've got a lot of open land. Consider that, sir. Looking for Chair Medina. I think you've kind of, you kind of sit on both sides of the fence. One foot hanging one way, one on the other side. It's like, make a decision here, Supervisor Medina, Chair Medina. You listened to the voters. We voted loud and clear, 60%, that we did not want this project. We did not want the project there. We did not say that we did not want it anywhere in the county. There are other areas that you can do infill, like I just stated. Supervisor Tiffany, District 4. There's a lot of open land there. And I also believe that you are, once again, bypassing the will of the voters. The voters voted 60% to 40% that we did not want this project there. And also to inform you, because I like to deal in facts. I'm a person of science. I'm a healthcare provider. I like facts. Okay? Newport Beach Land Company, if you go to their website, what does their business entail? They're in development of master communities. What is a master community? It is high-end homes, a community. So for those of you supervisors that are sitting there in denial that this would not bring home, I think you need to look at their website. You need to look at their track history.
Thank you very much. Have a
Next speaker, please unmute yourself. You will be given 3 minutes. State your name for the record.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Camacho, and I live here on the west side of Hollister, right here by Calaveras Elementary School. When I saw the Strada Verde issue on your schedule today, I was quite surprised. On November's ballot, we were asked if the Strada Verde development is right for our community. The project's developer chose to gather signatures to put on the ballot so the voters can make the decision. The city of Hollister, San Benito County, San Juan Bautista, Oromas, and other little cities in between, by nearly 60%, not even close, voted to say no. And in democracy, I believe the voters should have the final decision. So should this project be finished? The voters said no. In an open campaign, developers had their chance to make their case to the voters. They explained what they thought the benefits of this project would be. The opponents questioned the safety of the location, the increased traffic, and whether farmland should be paved over for this development. Voters across the county and the residents of the city of Hollister heard both sides. They thought about it. They voted. A very clear decision was made. After that public vote, I am not sure why we are back here on the Strada Verde issue, still up for approval. It shouldn't be. The board needs to respect their constituents all over the county of San Benito. Whatever is needed to remove this project from consideration should happen now. We, the voters, were asked, and we have spoken. Thank you very much, supervisors.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. This is Mia Casey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I find this item really troubling. I'm not sure why it's on the agenda, but it seems inappropriate to have a discussion on a project that wasn't really brought forward by the property owner. You know, I voiced a concern previously about Supervisor Kosmicki receiving financial contributions from pork officers and then pushing forward their agenda when he suggested amending the general plan to address the nodes that pork has been unhappy about. Now it seems he's taken another unusual step, forcing this item onto the agenda for discussion, giving a platform to pork to air grievances. Whether it's his intent or not, it certainly gives the appearance of a conflict and seems to cater to their interests. The Strada Verde project started out in the normal county development process. Had it not been for pork's failed attempt to get a measure on the ballot to force projects like Strada Verde to be voted on, this project would never even have been an initiative. If the property owner chooses to move forward again, he will bring this before the board, and that's the appropriate time for a discussion, not holding some kind of kangaroo court here today. In fact, this effort could be viewed as harmful, even prejudicial toward a landowner. But since it's been forced, there's been a lot of misinformation that has been pushed out there. For instance, a hazard has existed at the Tri-Cal chemical plant since the 1960s. Certain people have used this as a major scare tactic to sway voters. So let's clear it up once and for all. Strada Verde and Tri-Cal had announced a negotiated agreement to mitigate those hazards. Let me repeat that. Had Strada Verde gone forward, they had committed to working with Tri-Cal to fix a chemical hazard we've been living with for over 50 years. It would actually have made our county safer. No, there's no housing, and no, there's no city being built. You know, there were even a couple of elected officials in town pushing this very misinformation. Years ago, there might have been a housing project brought forward on this land, but it was rejected by the county. This is a commercial-only project and has nothing to do with any previous proposals. I'm really tired of the NIMBYism and hidden motives of groups that claim to be about preserving San Benito County. Do you know that not one red flag has been raised against a competing autonomous car project that the city of Hollister has begun pushing almost immediately after the election? Even though that project will convert over 200 acres of county ag land into industrial, even though they want to build hotels, an event center, and research park right along Highway 156, that's going to heavily impact traffic. Not one peep. It begs the question, is there a connection between those who continue to push so hard against Strada Verde even after the election and that competing autonomous car project? It really makes you wonder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name for the record. You will be given 3 minutes.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is David Serena. As I've stated before, I'm instructor at Monterey Peninsula College and California State University, Monterey Bay. And like the rest of the other voters, I was also shocked that you would have Strata Verde still being considered, especially after this historic election. You know, we've had the largest amount of African Americans that went out to vote, Latinos that went out to vote, young people that went out to vote, and their decision was pretty obvious, and especially when it comes to Strata Verde. So let's just look at the numbers. Nearly 62% overall said no. 58% of the voters in Mr. Medina's district said no. 62% of the voters in Mr. Kaminsky's district said no. 60% of the people in Mr. Hernandez's district said no. 54% of the voters in Mr. Tiffany's district said no. And 63%, the highest of all, said no in B. Gonzalez's district. Is not in question in any way. We will respect the will of the voters. That's always what's in the Constitution. That's always what has made democracy work. Otherwise, you're going to look like those rioters that went to Washington, D.C. that didn't want to respect the will of the people. So I'm asking for the County Board of Supervisors to respect the will of the people. That is what makes democracy work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional speakers? We'll bring it back to the board. Any parting comments? Supervisor, since we started with you last time, we'll start with Supervisor Kazmicki.
Oh, no, I just want to thank the public, and just want to reiterate again that this is about representation, and we had an election on this particular issue. I appreciate Scott Fuller's comments. I'll be anxious to hear what direction they'd like to go in 2 weeks. I just will say again, though, that we do have the ability, and I do want to respond to, I didn't respond to Supervisor Gonzalez earlier mentioned, why are we here? Why are we doing this? Why, planners didn't bring this to us. But in the end, we're supervisors, we're leaders, and we have every right to lead and to make recommendations. And so my thinking with this was, we have the right now. I think Chairman Medina said something similar about, we have the right to stop this now and to say, and just be upfront and say, we're not interested in this general plan amendment, and not go forward and go through a lot of contention. I can tell you that the next year is going to be rough, and it's unnecessary, is where I'm coming from. And if you, in the back of your head, think that you're not going to vote for it in the end, I'll say I don't think any of us should vote for this in the end, because again, the public overwhelmingly said they didn't want it. Then why put the public through such misery, and why put the developer through it? Why put us through it? So I appreciate everyone's comments, and again, my recommendation is to send this to the Planning Commission with direction on whether we would like to deny the general plan amendment at that location. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez?
I'm still in a quandary, and I would like to wait those 2 weeks to hear what Scott Fuller's going to do.
Perfect. Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I like to refer to myself more than a leader, a public servant. My job is to listen to the public and understand their interests and make sure that there's a proper dialogue. So I think the opportunity is going to come up really soon. I know that people are going to reference that election as where the dialogue actually happened, and I would disagree. There was plenty of evidence, confusion, and I first had experienced it. So ultimately, I feel like Supervisor Kosmicki is right. There's going to be some dire circumstances coming pretty soon, and I reference the economy, because while we're here spending a bunch of time talking about what we shouldn't do, we're really not talking about what we should do. We had a strategic plan meeting. That meeting was very informative, and again, it referenced the fear factor or the elements of the reality, us talking about the loss of jobs and ultimately our economy starting to shrink and our ability to manage our own resources. And while we had all that information being fed to us, we had very little to no dialogue about what we're going to do about it. And right now, this is another example of why, for me, I think the wisest choices to move forward is making decisions on what we're actually going to do to solve the problems that will be coming. Because it's easy to say no, but ultimately when we say yes, what are we saying yes to? Because we don't even have a plan of what we're trying to do to preserve our resources, to make sure that our community is safe, to make sure that they have the needs met that they're gonna, as a growing community. So there's all these layers of need, and right now we're talking about shutting down a conversation that hasn't even started with these Strata Verde folks and their application being amended. That's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany, we'll leave it with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me just say that I'm certainly not saying that we should ignore the vote that took place in November. It was a significant vote, and I think it would certainly significantly inform my decision. I'm sure all the rest of our decisions up here, if and when the vote comes before us. But I also believe that, once again, I said this, I think it is the applicant's right to spend the money if they choose to, and to go forward with an EIR if they choose to. And the reason why I feel that is that, and I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki, I know that this is a divisive issue in the community for sure, but because it is such a significant project, potentially, and such a potentially transformative project, I think it's incumbent upon us to again, let the process play out. And also, I want to point out that if that process, if it does go forward, if it takes, let's say, realistically 18 months, a lot can change in 18 months. There may be significant education as well as significant additional input from the community. And I don't think today we can predict, how the project might or might not come before us. It may be very different than, in some ways, than what was voted on in November. And I think for that reason, we ultimately should wait and again, let the process play out as the law generally provides. Thank you.
Thank you. Any parting comments from Mr. Young or CEO Espinosa?
I have no other comments.
Legal counsel? Mr. Joel? Seeing none, we'll bring it back here and
Excuse me, I don't have any further comments. It would be up to the board to decide whether or not to put this on a future agenda for a recommendation to the Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll bring it back to the board, and the only direction I can even think of is wait till I think Mr. Fuller said something in 2 weeks he would have some idea. So when the time comes, and if they'd like to legally pursue it, then I think it needs to come back here and figure out what we want to do. Is that legally correct, Barbara?
I defer to the board whether that's a direction from the board.
I'm just asking, is that legally, I'm asking for some legal
Yes,
advice.
you could bring it back to the board and then and in 2 weeks and then direct it to go to Planning Commission in a subsequent meeting similar to today.
Okay.
Yeah, you could do that.
Is that all right with you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Or you
Supervisor
could-
Tiffany?
Or you could make other determination today as well.
Well, I personally we can do that. I would personally prefer to, again, I keep repeating myself, but let the process plays out. They make a decision to go forward, we allow them to go forward. If they don't make a decision to go forward, then that's the end of it. I would prefer that as opposed to it coming back to the board again, but that's another approach we can take.
Can we get an assurance from Scott that it'll be back in 2 weeks? Because I do not want to prolong this unnecessarily either. And don't get me wrong, I hear the voices and the will of the people. I understand. And I'm not trying to circumvent anything. I just want their opportunity to, if they are going to go ahead and go forward, let us know, and we take a decision then.
I'd like that
But right
idea.
now, I feel like it's premature for us to vote on it right now.
No, we're not voting on anything right now.
Well, I know, but for 2 weeks for it to come back, and then we will open up this dialogue once again with full conversations of their intention or not. Yeah.
Okay, I think once,
If it's acceptable to you, can we agendize it for 1 month? Because the agenda for the 2 week
Yes.
has to be prepared before the 2 week period is
that's fine.
up.
That's fine.
Okay.
And then by then, we should have an answer what their intentions are.
And excuse me, just for clarification, what is going to be on the agenda in a month?
Well, it would be, the way we look at it is we would make a decision, as I understand, to have this go to the Planning Commission in order to look at the general plan amendment. Is that what I'm hearing, Barbara? And then the Planning Commission would they would do
Yes.
their findings, and it would come back to the board to make the ultimate decision.
The board could, in a month from now, refer it to the planning commission. That would be a decision that the board could make to either refer it or not to refer it.
Exactly.
Yes.
So then there would be a vote a month from now on whether to make that decision or not.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, just for further clarification, if let's say we did vote to have it go to the planning commission, then they make a decision, am I correct?
Then we make a
And
decision
then
again.
potentially it comes back to us?
Yes, it would come back to you.
Or if the planning commission chooses not to, I'm just curious,
No.
what are the scenarios here?
I believe it would come back to you because they're making a recommendation to you. And then the decision is the board's at that point. It would not just stay at the planning commission level. It would come back to the board to act for an early review of that project.
Okay. All right.
And that's why I was asking. I know.
If I may,
Yes.
if I
Joe,
may
thank you.
clarify that,
Thank you.
it is simply that any consideration of an action to be taken considering an amendment of the general plan or to reject the potential amendment of the general plan has to be referred to the Planning Commission for a recommendation, and the ultimate decision is made by the board after receipt of that recommendation.
And Joel, then at that time, if it goes through this scenario and it comes back to us, we can choose to vote no on making a decision at that time and have the process go forward, or are we making a final decision one way or another at that point? I'm just not clear still.
That is correct. You can decide to let the rest of the planning process work out, including the preparation of an EIR, again, at the full expense of the applicant. And after that process is complete, receive the recommendation from the Planning Commission on the project and decide after the full process has been completed to either approve the general plan amendment or not.
Or in a month from now, we can choose to vote against it going to the Planning Commission, which would be the same process.
In a month from now, the vote would be to refer the issue of doing an early denial of the general plan amendment without the rest of the process. And they can make a report on that, return it to you for the final decision on whether or not to do that. To clarify, a decision to deny a project is not subject to CEQA. So, that would expedite a decision. If the decision is to go forward with the project, the EIR would have to be completed before a final decision could be made.
Okay, thank you.
You
Joe?
you still seem a little bit puzzled. Are you?
No,
Okay,
I just,
okay.
I want to be sure.
Yeah, exactly,
just for
so-
myself, but for.
So you feel,
everybody.
you feel the answer that you needed has
Yeah,
been,
no, I
okay.
understand.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez?
I just had one question regarding the early denial. Would that open up the county to any kind of liability or lawsuit?
The answer is anyone can sue the county over anything at any time. So the question, that's imponderable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Kaminsky, anything?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, you have clear direction, I hope? Okay. Well, this was an informational item only. Do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Goodbye.